Yes, and welcome. It's episode 37 of the Red Leaf Wrestlecast, Red Leaf Retrocast, on all your favorite podcasting outlets, iTunes, Stitcher Smart Radio, Spotify. Hit me up. I'm also on Twitter, at BowlingJD. Red Leaf Retrocast also brings you, well, retro anime, retro gaming, modern anime. Just hit us all up. All at Red Leaf Retrocast. But this is the WrestleCast edition. This is episode 37. Shortcut to the juice. G1 block finals. We got a lot to talk about, as we always do, because JD here, that's me, with his beautiful coffee on a nice little Saturday morning. We got some Noah. We got our wrestler spotlight. Roddy Piper, if you couldn't have guessed by the intro music. Bringing a close to Beyond Wrestling Uncharted territory. We got MLW continuation of their weekly show over on YouTube. Episode 68 and 69 there. Following, I am joined later by JPQ of the No Particular Angle podcast. Also part of the brand new Brainbuster Radio or Yamabushi cast over there. He'll be joining me for Stardom. We're talking the Korakuen July 24th show. And I was a guest on the No Particular Angle podcast with JPQ. That's his podcast, as I mentioned. Highlighting and previewing the 5-star Grand Prix from Stardom coming up. Actually, today is when it starts. Very exciting there. So this Stardom talk, we spoke an hour over this huge show, possibly one of their biggest of the year. So go check that out. It's later in the show. And he will also join me later for the WCW Nitro review from, what's the date? Bear with me here. July 20th, 1998. It's about 2 weeks out from the Bash at the Beach pay-per-view in 1998. So he'll join me for that one. I finally have a guest to join me in the pain that is rewatching the old Nitros. And in the works, to bring a little bit more retro, I am going to be cutting down on some of the more modern wrestling, just for how in-depth the whole cards go. I will be doing some All Japan Women Classics that I found from Puroso Dream. I've wanted to do this for a long time. I want to start doing that in the next podcast episode or two. And then I want to slowly go into more mid-Atlantic talk in general. This Wrestler Spotlight has got me to really, really fall in love with Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling and go into a little AWA wrestling. That was the one over in the Minnesota area with Nick Bockwinkel, and that's where Hulk Hogan got his start. I really want to dive more into those, so bring you more retro wrestling. I just got to get the idea in the works there. But All Japan Women you can look forward to, at least in the next episode, for sure. We got NXT TakeOver Toronto later in the show. We have Chapter 93 from Progress titled Cheer Up Juice. WXW has returned from its July hiatus. It's summer vacation, if you will. Shortcut to the Top. That is their version of the Royal Rumble. I got a couple Dragon Gate shows I want to briefly touch on. And then finishing up the G1. All the way to the block finals. The G1 finals itself, I think, merits its own section. And it was on the Sunday cutoff date as well. So the finals will be in the next episode 38. And then naturally, rounding off with our wrestler rankings, how 2019 has shaped up at the just over the midway point. So let's not dilly-dally anymore. And let's get into Noah, what I want to talk about there, as my cat runs around the room full speed. Okay. Noah Global Junior League Day 10, and this is their finals. I did get my hands on this one. I always like checking in with Noah and All Japan every now and again. They are big promotions. They have talent. There's just always something missing, whether it is not enough top-made talent. But anyways, I digress. Global Junior League 2019 finals. This was their version of Boss J, essentially. And the finals featured Hayata, whom I have become more or less a fan of and his work. He defeated Tadasuke in 19 minutes 12 seconds match. This match wasn't all that great, in my opinion. Tadasuke was very sloppy, and the longer this went, both guys just became more sloppy and over-reliant on hitting multiple versions of their more simpler moves. And in a row, mind you. I.e. lots of super kicks, lots of backdrops, and the like. There were a couple flurries of nice sets, all from Hayata, I might add, hitting his high-flying springboard moves, a la Teddy Hart type stuff. That was cool to see. Then, the botched kneeling Spike Rana by Hayata hurt this match even further. That was how the match ended. He missed it, then hit it again, and then he got the pin. It was... I don't recommend this at all. It's a very disappointing finals match. This more or less kind of solidifies the difference between New Japan's juniors and other promotions' juniors. Just in the match quality, the talent level on an overall basis. I still like Hayata, but this was not a very good match, unfortunately. And then we have our GHC heavyweight title match, something I was incredibly curious about. It's Kaito Kiyomiya, our champion of Noah, facing off against the veteran, even though he's very young, Katsuhiko Nakajima. This match, as in Noah's tradition, seems to always need to go at least almost 30 minutes at a minimum. This was, I can describe as a Nakajima carry fest. I'm not saying Kiyomiya can't hold his own, but this match was all about Nakajima running the show. I like the start of Kiyomiya working the knee, and then Nakajima made this match what it came to be from there. His kicks, his character, spreading of his signature moves led to a nice, quick, short, more or less flourishes and flurries from Kiyomiya to mount his comeback, or 2 or 3. I think this match was very much 10 minutes too long, as it started to repeat itself once it hit the 20-minute mark. Like, we already saw it all. It really felt like they were spreading the match out for the sake of it being 30 minutes. It did go 29-34. Regardless, a good defense from the youngster and a great showing from Nakajima. I really liked Nakajima in this match. From the way it went, you would think Nakajima would have won, but to me, unfortunately, Kaito Kiyomiya did win in the end. It came to be what you expect from Noah. They're trying to build Kiyomiya into their new big young star. That's been the course of 2019. He's putting in their minds, top defenses against top guys. Makes total sense. And going up against veterans is a great way to do that. So, will the experiment work out in the end? I think it's still par for the course. Nakajima definitely showed what he was made of here. And that was Noah. Not much else to say. I don't know where they're going with Kiyomiya next. And I don't know where they're going with the rest of the promotion. It seems to be a bit lost in my mind right now. They did go through the whole rebranding situation, new logo, got rid of the green mat, and they're trying something new, which I really appreciate. They're trying something to build new stars, also appreciate. It's on the up and up. Just right now in this vacuum, didn't do much for me. So, now we can get on to the Wrestler Spotlight.
You say I'm insane? I say thank you very much!
I had to. Usually it's the Bret Hart drop, but since we're doing Roddy Piper, I had to do one of my favorite little drops from himself for this one. Yes, we are continuing down memory lane here. Memory for some of you. Reliving the past that was before my time is how I'm looking at it. This is the NWA US Champions. We are on champion number 11 now, Roddy Piper, the 18th reign of the title altogether. What happened in between Jimmy Snuka and Roddy Piper? Well, it was a bit of a mess. Ric Flair won it back from Snuka, and then there was some territory disputes with Greg Valentine and Flair. So their reigns were not recognized, and this was a long time. It took place from April 1980 to January 1981 until Roddy Piper won an undisputed title match against Ric Flair. And Piper would hold the U.S. title until August 1981, so he held it for a good 8 months. When Wahoo McDaniel defeated him and then shortly vacated it due to injury from Abdullah the Butcher. So Piper held the title for 193 days, a very good reign length. It got him over, especially in Mid-Atlantic. And I watched a lot of Ric Flair and Roddy Piper promos during this era. This was incredible. You can look it up on YouTube. There's one where Piper had just won the title. Ric Flair's, Piper is talking all kinds of nonsense. He has his high-pitched laugh, his high-pitched cadence to it. It's just utterly amazing. He's got a rented tuxedo on with his kilt, his signature kilt. And he goes, "Oh, Ric Flair's crying. He's probably drowning in his own tears and running from his nose because his nose is so big, but he has a gift he wants to give Ric Flair. Ric Flair, I have a gift for you." Ric Flair comes out. He goes, "I have gifted this to you. I've wrapped it up personally. Here you go." He opens it up. There it is, as Roddy Piper always does. It's the NWA TV title. And he says he's giving it to Ric Flair because that's the only way he would ever win it. And he has this beautiful belt here. And he leans back, opens the tux, and there's the Mid-Atlantic US title. Oh, this whole promo segment, look it up on YouTube, it's fantastic. They go back and forth. There's so many of them. I love them all. There's one where they have a grapple battle, old school WrestleFest. Piper getting the best of Ric Flair. And as we know at this point, Ric Flair in Mid-Atlantic was the top star. He's the former U.S. champion himself. He's a big deal. And Piper comes in from Portland. I'm not quite sure on the history of it all, how often Piper was in Mid-Atlantic, but Piper did come from the Northwest, and the Portland territory was the top star. And so he comes into this one way across the country and immediately becomes a big deal. And I in my history of Roddy Piper, I was very much more familiar with him in his early like WrestleMania 3 WWF to his Commissioner WCW days. That's what I was more familiar with him. Much more familiar with the Piper's Pit and the infamous Snuka coconut segment that we went on. But Piper in the early 80s, I think, well, at least late 70s, early 80s, was his prime time. This was excellent. I watched tag matches of him and Ole Anderson together, which you can also find on YouTube very easily. And then I watched his Mid-Atlantic Championship run. So this is why I want to watch more and more AWA and Mid-Atlantic Championship run. I watched a Piper-Jack Briscoe match on regular NWA TV. Also found on YouTube. And it's interesting. Jack Briscoe, as I've mentioned before on this whole journey, he's always the frickin' Mid-Atlantic champ. Always. And every one of these U.S. champions faced Jack Briscoe for the title, and they usually won it from him. So how did Jack Briscoe always get it back is my question, and I've purposely not looked into that just because it's just a recurring kind of funny thing with me. So I watched this Piper-Jack Briscoe Mid-Atlantic Championship match. I wasn't able to find an early 80s Ric Flair versus Piper title match. I did see that there was Piper-Greg Valentine for U.S. title. We'll get to that later. Greg Valentine will be later. It won't be right now. Just because his title wasn't recognized, so I won't do it. Let me drink my coffee right quick. getting a little flustered over my excitement. Wonderful. I crushed some hazelnuts, powdered them off, put them in my coffee. Oh, it's wonderful. Big on a big diet kick right now. So, it was a chain wrestling. And when I say chain wrestling, in today's terms, the way I phrase it is they go back and forth with grapple moves and their more technical sense. This was even more old school than that. We're thinking like actual ground mat Greco style wrestling, right? Roman style wrestling, if you will, as well. And they're going back and forth. The headlocks look like they actually hurt, and the announcers are putting it over as such, and the crowd reacts as such. So you really have to get in a different mindset when you go and watch these old matches. So Jack Briscoe is getting the best of Piper, and then Piper starts pulling the hair. He starts gouging the thumb in the eyes, thumb in the nose kind of deal, headlock. Lots of punches that look real. And this is another thing that the more I get into the 80s here, I realize I'm only in 1981, but the punching is a much bigger influence. In the 70s, it was a lot of that Roman Greco wrestling. It was a lot of targeting knees. We saw that with Mr. Wrestling, another spotlight we just covered not too long ago. So now they're getting into more of this brawling style, and that's where Piper comes in, and the crowd reacts way differently than what I've seen in the past. Snuka was the big force, right? Well, Piper is this much smaller, much skinnier dude, and Ric Flair in his promos made sure he knew. Even called him a woman at one point. That led to their Mid-Atlantic U.S. title match. And then Piper, in that segment I spoke about earlier, he's like, how does it feel to get beaten by a woman? He even calls himself that. It's amazing. So Briscoe and Piper exchange all these holds, and this is where Piper really sells me. Yes, the match did end up in DQ with Sergeant Slaughter tripping him up, and they just call for the bell. Steamboat runs in for a save, leads to a tag match later. Great. I love it. That's a lot of top talent there. Lot of good heat getting. The crowd does react way differently to DQ finishes than today. So, what happened? No, oh my God, I mixed that up with the Piper Briscoe. Mixing up all my matches. Piper Briscoe ends with Piper pulling out a roll of pennies, a roll of money, and clocks him with it and pins him to become the Mid-Atlantic champion. So there's money all over the ring. And in Mexico, and in wrestling in general, they throw money in the ring after a good match, right? So, ref counts a pin. He goes immediately to the booth, because in NWA, the commentator's booth and interview booth was right next to the ring, basically. So he falls next to the ring, and they're like, what's all that money in the ring? You cheated. He's like, no, the fans threw that in. They loved me that much. I don't know what you're talking about. He runs off with the $10,000, because when you won the NWA title, you got a $10,000 bonus as well. At least for this particular instance. So it was great. I love Piper. I've read a lot on Piper and how he went through a lot of physical issues because the mats were just so damn hard. His promos are bar none among the best I've ever seen. He stood toe to toe with Ric Flair doing it. Ric Flair tears off his jacket. He's like, I don't even care. It's a $400 jacket. Tears it in half, and Piper goes, oh yeah? Well, I'll take this tuxedo off. And he goes I'm not that dumb. Kind of does the heel hesitant, wait a minute, it's a lot of money, I'm not rich yet kind of deal. So I loved Piper. This is probably my favorite U.S. title run. This is the best U.S. title champion I've seen on this to date. So if you're curious to whom we've done before this, I've done Steamboat and Flair, Mr. Wrestling, Blackjack Mulligan, Paul Jones, whom I ended up liking much more as a manager later on. Bobo Brazil was famous for breaking the racial barriers. Terry Funk, Harley Race, which he was more famous definitely for his Mid-Atlantic Championship run itself more than becoming the first U.S. title. He brought relevance to the U.S. title in itself, so there is something to say there. And Johnny Valentine. So I think if I'm to rank right now the top U.S. champions to this point that I've covered, Piper is definitely number one. Then I'd put Ric Flair, then I'd put Steamboat, and then I'd put probably Harley Race. And then if I got to do a 5, I want to do Terry Funk, but he didn't have the title long enough. So I will probably do Blackjack Mulligan as number 5. So there you go. There's the top 5 U.S. champions to date out of the 11 different people who have held the title. So the next spotlight will not be over Wahoo McDaniel, because that's who would be next. Is that right? Yes, because we've already covered Wahoo McDaniel and basically his U.S. title run. So it's actually going to be Sergeant Slaughter, whom tripped up tripped up between Piper and Flair. I believe that was the match I watched. And that took place in October 1981. So that coincides with that Jack Briscoe Piper going for the title match in November. So, anyways, Piper's a lot of fun. Definitely read more on him. And we'll get on to our weekly wrestling spotlight. Hooray! Or weekly wrestling recap. Oof. All tongue-tied here. Alrighty. The notes have been made. The timestamps have been made. That was the intro music to MLW Fusion. We're covering episodes 68 and 69 here. Episode 68 begins with a cold open. I really like these cold opens from MLW. They really get me interested in the show ahead, and maybe the next 2 to 3 weeks as well, especially with new tapings. Zelina De La Renta makes her way to the ring to cut a promo on Mance Warner. She said Manser awoke a beast, then introduced whom she summoned in a previous episode, Bestia 666. He's a regular in the Lucha promotion Crash in Mexico, FYI, to people. I'm not too familiar with Crash. I catch the occasional show with him. But anyways, death match. It's Bestia 666 versus Mance Warner, that goat fucker, as Zelina De La Renta likes to call him. Your typical modern deathmatch of sorts. They hit each other with a lot of shit back and forth. Bestia gets powder in his hand. Zelina sprays Manser in the face with some hairspray. Bestia powders him. Then Manser gets put into a muscle buster through some chairs. So Bestia wins. Simple enough. Gets Bestia over. Mance Warner, on his reign of terror, he gets just a little hiccup in putting a newcomer over. I'm very okay with this booking. The match isn't what I'm totally into, but it was a car crash of sorts. The crowd liked it. Good on that. I really liked the super heel finish between both guys, with Bestia and De La Renta. So yeah, continue. I love it. We get some interviews, and I do like the format of the show. It's just kind of out of place, and sometimes more or less than any other. But we get some interviews. Davey Boy Jr. asked about his sister dating Hammerstone. Dynasty Boys calling it fake news or whatever. So that continues. We're going to see a lot more of that going forward. Contra gets there a little time, saying if you throw trash in the ring, they will beat up the Von Erichs even more so. So they're threatening the fans with beating up fan favorites. Okay, simple enough. Ricky Martinez with Zelina, so she's out for number 2 here, versus Low Key. Conan is now on commentary for this one. He has Zelina's phone and says he has revenge porn and he's blackmailing her of sorts. So just a reminder, Low Key's new thing going on the last month is winning in not flash knockouts, so to say, but he's winning in one move knockouts. There's a difference there. So this match was just weird. Zelina doesn't know that Conan has her lost phone yet, quote unquote. And she dropped it last week when Mansur chased her off. But Ricky in the ring notices it for reasons and brings attention of it to Zelina. So then the ref, for some reason, gets distracted. And because Ricky jumped low-key, he's been down this whole time. And then low-key just gets a choke on Ricky and chokes him out. Kind of a bummer segment. I get exactly what they were going for. There was just the details that didn't click. Ricky noticing it instead of Zelina first. Maybe Zelina could have noticed it as she looked over at Conan and the commentary booth. As she walks by him, she's like, hey, is that my phone? And she wants Ricky to then go get it. That would be an adequate distraction. I don't know why the ref had to be distracted too. That was very odd. But anyways, Kota Brazil joins Myron Reed and Jordan Oliver, all wearing the orange prison jumpsuits and screaming justice. Take that for what it's worth. Tom Lawler then cuts a promo, biting barbed wire and saying he wants to taste blood and taste their life in his Tom Lawler cadence. Get ready for the War Chamber, as it will be Contra versus him and the Von Erichs. So, War Games, from what I can tell now, has been fully bought out by WWE. So now the War Games has been renamed to the War Chamber. Anyways, I really like this promo from Tom Lawler. I still like Tom Lawler's promos. They're not all amazing. They're not Roddy Piper level by any means. But I do like the crazy fighter Tom Lawler promos. I admit it. More Davey Boy Have You Seen Your Sister with Hammerstone stuff. Contra unit out for the main event versus the Von Erichs. It's the Joseph Samael Simon Gotch tandem against Ross and Marshall Von Erich. This match is unsanctioned, so lots of hardcore-like shenanigans. So we've maintained, except with the low-key match, everything is unsanctioned, no DQ steps. You just kind of have to take MLW for what it is on this one. Sometimes it's like there's no rules depending on the people involved. There you go. But yeah, there's a chair used in this match, but it's MLW, so it's legal. Samael then tries to use a fireball at the end, but Ross blocked it with a chair. And then Von Erichs win. I love the finish. It's very creative. The match was awesome. MLW is booking the Von Erichs like awesome physical dudes, and it's working. Just don't have them cut promos. They are lifeless. They're terrible. They're among the worst in the industry currently. They have no personality or charisma. But the way you're booking them in these matches is outright building stars. They brawl again post-match with the Von Erichs music continue to play. I really like this little shtick they got going on. Oh, the Von Erichs in the ring. It just keeps going. So a riot squad ends up coming down, and Contra just kills them. It's awesome. I love this. This was a fun episode. MLW, like, even at its worst, I think it's an easy 1 hour watch. Just wish there was a little bit more continuity to it all. I think this is the difference between, I think, the 1 to 2 to 3 hour shows. The 1 hour always seems like there isn't enough time. 2 hours seems to be that middle ground, right? Where you can do a lot of things in that first hour and do a lot of angles in that second kind of situation. The 3 hour format is just too long. You end up dying a death. There's just too much time to fill. You get overexposed kind of situations. You definitely see a lot of that going on here. Episode 69, Tony fucking Schiavone is back, bitches. Hell yes. Get rid of Jim Cornette. He was in it for himself. Cornette was good at first, and then it just became more and more about him and him cracking his jokes. He was definitely on my last nerves. So we're at new tapings. We're back. We're back in the New York area. Low-key knocks out poor Wheeler Yuta in seconds with a kick and says he has unfinished business. Stay tuned in his low-key voice. No reaction to the match, but the crowd chants low-key anyways. I am very over and done with this one-hit wonder situation. they need to do something more than just low-key knocks out guys. It's run its course weeks ago. With me, anyways. The crowd, it's turning on the crowd now as well. When they're not reacting to the match. They're reacting in post, but anyways. Tom Lawler officially challenges Contra Unit to a War Chamber match. This match will be 4-on-4. So Contra needs another member. September 7th is the date of the War Chamber, so it's coming right up upon us. I imagine low-key will be with Lawler, maybe. So who's going to be the fourth Contra Unit member? I sense plot in the future. We cut to Conan blackmailing Zelina to book a match between Jimmy Havoc and LA Park. Loser leaves MLW as revenge for Sammy leaving MLW. This is, I think we can clearly see this is Jimmy Havoc losing. He was kind of made shift put into Promociones de Rado. He always seemed out of place. It was kind of working, but not really. And Jimmy Havoc signed to AEW, so that's coming on. This is Jimmy Havoc's swan song in MLW. Not like he's been there very much anyways. Dynasty now has their own segment called The Lifestyles of the Rich and Dynastic. Pompous rich guys bragging type stuff. It's really funny. I want to see more of this. I hope they do more. I think in episode 70 it's all about the rich and dynastic, so I'm very much looking forward to that. Noah and MLW announced doing business together, so Hammerstone is going to Noah for a bit, so maybe we'll get some Noah guys more often. I'm up for that. It'll spark some new blood in Noah itself over in Japan. It'll spark some interesting building of talent over here in MLW, especially with a lot of indie guys being snapped up left and right these days. We get a Spirit Squad open workout next. They call out a tag team to challenge them. Ooh. It's very weird seeing Ken Doane like this, considering his super heel persona over in Beyond Wrestling, the local New England promotion that I frequent. Well, the Von Erichs come out and job out the Spirit Squad. This was all a segment to then bring out the Contra music. Their music plays. And a random dude mists Marshall Von Erich in the face, horribly blinding him. Oh no! His eye! He might never be able to see again. Shivani really puts it over quite well. We don't know who the mist dude is, but we immediately got our answer. I like this. He's the fourth member of Contra Unit. Who is he exactly? Well, that is the answer we'll have to wait on. They play a match taped back in Chicago, so it's Corman on commentary again. Boo! It's Gringo Loco versus Zenshi. Zenshi does a lot of gymnastic-style moves. If you ever watch a floor gymnast, he's doing things like that. It's a spectacle more than part of the wrestling, so he has a lot to learn in the aspect of combining his gymnast moveset with working within a wrestling match. Gringo Loco hit a spinning tombstone and won in under 5 minutes. So there's that. More Davey Boy and his sister dating Hammerstone. Now they've kissed on video. Ooh. This is like a lame anime at this point. I'm really not into this. Oh. I don't know what they're doing with Davey Boy Smith Jr., but they're trying to build him and Hammerstone up as top contenders. They're trying to get that North American title over. North American? No, openweight title over. But anyways, we get our main event, Davey Boy Smith Jr. versus Timothy Goddamn Thatcher. Haven't seen him in WXW since he more or less walked out on Ring Conf months ago. I haven't heard a peep out of him, so I don't know what's going on. This was a catch wrestling clinic, straight out of WXW or AWA or whatever. Pick your time, pick your promotion, where that matches. Pick your tech wrestling way. Lots of chains, near falls, power moves. I just watched Piper Briscoe, and this was like the 2019 version of that match, with much more power moves. Crowd got way into this. The near falls really hit home well. MLW needs something like this more often. A fusion of lucha and tech wrestling, if you will. They got the fusion of lucha down. I want more fusion of this. I need more tech wrestling like this in my life in MLW. If they can put on high caliber matches like this more often, this will increase their fan base, without a doubt in my mind. DBS wins off a powerbomb into a crossface and taps out Thatcher. Not expecting that. Standing ovation, just wonderful match. Great way to end these 2 weeks of MLW for me. I really like watching MLW in the 2-hour stints. It makes it flow a little better in my mind. I don't know if this is the end of Timothy Thatcher in MLW. I sure hope not, because he definitely crushed it here. Not sure how I feel about the submission tap-out loss in his first appearance. Maybe they could have built that up to something. So that was MLW. Couple killer shows. Nothing really... I'm really... it's a little lost on me where they're going outside of the Von Erichs versus Contra situation. That seems to be the only continuing storyline. We do have the Conan Zelina thing, so there's that. They're kind of wrapping up, and Low Key's kind of in the background. There's a lot of bit parts building, so we'll eventually get to the bigger storylines with a lot of this. So it's hard to tell where they're heading with a lot of this. I kind of like that, but I'd also like it to be a little bit more apparent. They have a large roster, and they're trying to get a lot of people over at once. This is why this 1-hour format is kind of hurting them in my mind, rather than, man, if it was an hour and a half, I wonder if that would help. I mean, they are on YouTube. But anyways, that was MLW. Quite enjoyable. It's definitely one of my more favorite weekly shows going on right now. But speaking of weekly show, we got our Swan Song episode. Here we go.
Beyond Wrestling! Beyond Wrestling! Beyond Wrestling!
Yes, Beyond Wrestling, Uncharted Territory, episode 18, the season 1 finale, and the post-show of American Rana, which I went to. Very good, very good, very good. So yeah, season 1 has come to an end. This is their final episode, so let's all pour one out for Beyond Wrestling here on their fantastic 18-week journey. Good job, Beyond Wrestling. 8-man tag team match starts this off. Yeah, Josh Briggs started on commentary with Bacabella and Paul Crockett, but immediately gets a mic and he inserts himself into what became an 8-man tag team match of Club Cam against Anthony Green, Josh Briggs, and the Platinum Honeys. The Club Cam team of Cam Zagami, Christian Casanova, Ken Doane, who we just saw in MLW as a member of the Spirit Squad again, and Richard Holiday, member of the Rich and Dynastic. So, kind of funny how it's all rolling together here. What ended up happening was the Platinum Honeys steal Cam's velvet rope gimmick, because it's Club Cam, to bring Anthony Green to the ring. Unfortunately, this gives Richard Holiday the chance to ambush Green, and that's when Josh Briggs runs up to announce, runs from the announce table and says it's the 8-person tag. What ends up happening is we have a fun little 8-man tag here. Doane ends up rolling up Ava Everett after a fun match. Simple enough. But let's all applaud how great and hateable the evolution of Cam Zagami is. Cameron Zagami and Club Cam into one of the best heel groups around. I would love to see Club Cam become more of a cohesive, consistent faction going forward. So maybe tag matches of Doane and Holiday, or Doane and Casanova, or Doane and Casanova with Holiday as the manager situation, because he's the most marketable. You know, I'd like to see more of that going forward. And Cam Zagami just being just the asshole he is on the outside. Kamzagami must always be, he must be that manager that accompanies all three of those guys for everything. Do the velvet rope gimmick every time. I love it. That's what, for going forward and beyond, that's what I want to see. Our next match is knockout or submission only to this no DQ match. Quite like this stip. It's very, it's specific enough and simplistic enough to understand. So it's Wheeler Yuta with Brad Hollister ringside, taking on Chuck O'Neil. This match begins with Hollister saying he's in the ring on his crutches. He says he tore his ACL doing the suicide dive against Chuck O'Neil last week. This cues Chuck O'Neil to come out, calling him a cripple, saying he wasn't man enough to finish. Yuta is probably not medically cleared after beating him at American Rana. Bear Country needs to stay out of his business. Then he's kind of about to... He really punks out Hollister here. Hollister says, like, get in the ring, I'll kick your ass, but then O'Neil talks down to him, and he kind of pouts away, because he can't fight the legit Chuck O'Neil, Mr. Cold Steel over here. Well, Yuta ends up rushing out, despite O'Neil saying he shouldn't be medically cleared. The quick flash win from O'Neil at American Rana had its place. I really liked it. And then this was the long battle we all wanted to see. So we had our pay-per-view match putting over Chuck O'Neil as the big MMA threat, and then this was the redemption of Yuta wanting to save a friend and prove himself, right? The story's kind of written on the table there. It delivered. It even had Hollister stay out for a little extra heat on O'Neil. These two had a fight, led to Yuta drop-kicking a chair back into O'Neil's face, locks in the STF for the submission win of all things. A big babyface went over the super heel after 18 weeks of terror from Chuck O'Neil. Chuck O'Neil's tear definitely isn't over. This is a little speed bump in the road, but this was a happy ending to elevating Wheeler Yuta in the end and within Beyond Wrestling. Good job. No complaints. We get our continuing Discovery Gauntlet match. Our very last one after 18 weeks. It's Red Death Daniel Garcia taking on Bullet Joe. Not a fan of that name. Probably needs a new gimmick. Simple match. Plenty of intensity from Mr. Red Death Garcia as usual. Bullet Joe has a real long way to go. He's really rough. Garcia gets his deep sharpshooter for the win. And Red Death says, bring your best for Season 2. So, Beyond Wrestling did also announce at American Rana that every Tuesday on October 1st, I believe that's the date, they will have a weekly show mostly revolving around the Discovery Gauntlet idea. So lots of green wrestlers, lots of new up-and-comers. Think of it as their Evolve or NXT, as you will. So they can do their weekly show on Thursday nights. I'm really saving and planning to make Thursday night Beyond Wrestling a thing, and I will only be covering Beyond Wrestling's weekly show if I go to it live. It'll be a much different perspective than normal. So whenever I go to a show live on a Thursday night, count me in. That's what I'm doing. Singles match, Brandon Thurston versus Jay Freddy. These two tore the house down way back in episode 4 and got them on the indie radar and future Beyond matches. It got over big. Freddy won the first time, so this match here was all about Thurston must not lose a second time. And no wins after 14 weeks in UT here. Story's right there. I love it. Everything makes sense. They have a much more fierce forearm battle at the start, and then it's a big move exchange. Until finally one big move gets the win situation. You know, it's definitely what you would associate in quote-unquote indie match to be. Still very fun, a very emotional battle. Thurston wins via the armbar. He finally gets his win. Another good storied ending. Must say, Paul Crockett and Sydney Bacabella have done an amazing job telling all these stories from week 1 to here, how we got to this point. Each and every guy, they have become probably one of my more favorite duo announcers today. These two have just killed it together. I love it. So Thurston gets the win over Freddie. Yes, they're tied at 1 apiece. I look forward to the rubber match. Hopefully at either the first episode of the Thursday show or their next show. 6-man tag team match is next. It's Sarah and the Top Dogs. That's Davienne and Skylar. Hello, Kitty Cat. Welcome to the podcast. They're taking on the team of Layla Hirsch, who's really broken out in Beyond Wrestling as well, with Team C-Stars. That's Ashley Vox and Delmi Exo. I believe they're of Chikara normalcy. Ashley Vox being back here is real cool to see. She has a presence. She has charisma to her that with more ring experience and improved work rate, I see her moving up way sooner than later. I saw Ashley Vox at the Lethal Lottery Beyond show months and months ago. And she really pops up off the screen. I like what she does. She has this like fishhook gimmick and everything as well. Anyways, this was, regardless, a rough match to watch. It was just solely focused on the heel work of the Top Dogs mostly. It's just not good. Regardless, they get their continued heat run after a distraction tag team finish. Not how I envisioned this match going, but hey, it's 6 rough, young, green-looking women in the ring after all. Hirsch didn't get too much chance to shine here, as I'd like her to do. Vox was kind of running a lot of. It looked like she was running plays, kind of like a football coach out there. But anyways, Top Dogs do get the win. Sierra is kind of like their lapdog girl. This is followed by a tag team match, so lots of tag matches here. I like this. Butcher and the Blade taking on Milk Chocolate. That's Brandon Watts and Randy Summers, the losers and jobbers of Beyond Wrestling. I went in thinking more squash to enhancement match at best, but this, to my shock, turned out to be a fun competitive tag match. This was possibly the best showings from both teams from a match competition standpoint and how it flowed. Kudos to both teams. Spectacular. Butcher and the Blade usually doesn't do much for me. They did it for me in this match. Butcher and Blade get Summers with their suplex backstabber to win, and now cementing Milk Chocolate here with the worst record in UT at 0-5, passing Richard Holiday, because Richard Holiday won earlier tonight in that 8-man tag. So Milk Chocolate is in fact the worst team in Beyond Wrestling. Singles match. Alex Reynolds with new manager Mark Sterling. I think I failed to mention Mark Sterling on a past podcast. I apologize. Well, Alex Reynolds in his new super slick silk robe, taking on Solo Darling, the darling of Beyond Wrestling, if you will. People seem to hate Sterling, the manager, more than Reynolds right now. Maybe that's okay. We could get a Cam Zagami situation here. I like how Beyond Wrestling is furthering this these managers in the promotion, especially with the loss of what's his face. I forget his name off the top of my head now. He's in NXT now, and I haven't even seen him appear. Anyways, what ends up happening after a good little back and forth match is Sterling grabs Solo Darling's dog, Officer K9 Magnum, and he's just got him cradled in his arms, but he's like threatening to kick open the fire door and throw the dog out the fire escape, and it's like, holy shit. Solo gets distracted, as she should. Reynolds gets the roll up. God damn it. People had a visceral heat reaction to Reynolds holding the dog, to the point there were fans refusing to move out of the way. So, the dog wasn't really in any danger. I mean, come on, let's face it, guys. All he did was hold the dog, but it was just enough to get the most heat possible. And it got over. I say this got over very well. I had a big smile on my face. I was like, holy shit, they're using her dog It was just unexpected. Didn't see it coming. It's new to me. People, like, get this. People, you could see a guy get the shit kicked out of him, right? And people will be like, oh, it's wrestling. As soon as he picked up that dog, gasp. How could he be so ruthless and such a vile human being? Oh, I thought it worked well. Solo came out as a ridiculous super babyface now, even more so than she has been. And now this makes Sterling, especially, and Reynolds, legit hard people. I loved it. I don't know where they go from here, but I'm up for the rematch. I want to see more. And now our main event, tag team match, Bear Country, Bear Beefcake and Bear Bronson versus Nick fucking Gage and the Ovaltine Dream, Thomas Santel. Nerder death kill, if you will. This goes to a no contest. So this is fun. It's literally the three guys in Bear Country and Santel that UT has built from scratch as their new top stars they've made. And they're in a main event and a tag match of all things, which becomes more or less Beyond Wrestling's kind of go-to factor more than heavy singles matches. Yeah, this was awesome. Everything made sense. Well, hello, Kitty Cat again. Running, get off the mic table, please. Come on. Every podcast I have to deal with this. I have to play defense. Is my audio okay? I hope it's not cracking. That's happened a few times in the past. There's no way for me to know until I'm editing. Anyways, where was I? Let me find my place. Let me get my composure back after the feline feral distraction. Not right, Kitty Cat. What are you doing? It's the look of evil in his eyes. It's the pay attention to me and give me more of your tuna sandwiches situation. Right, we were talking about bears and nerds fighting each other. Okay. After a real fun tag match, Santel looks to get the win, and those assholes, those vile human beings, those scum of the earth of Beyond Wrestling, Club Cam hits the ring for the DQ finish. How dare they? Crowd lit up in reaction of pure hatred, and pure chaos ensues. Eventually, the whole locker room hits the ring for a big brawl. It felt like a finale. After more chaos and moonsaults to the outside and the like, including Layla Hirsch, of all people, having the spot of the night, moonsaulting onto Club Cam off of Bear Bronson's shoulders from the ring to the floor. I fucking loved it. It got a big pop out of me. I just went, oh my god, that's awesome. You know, a wrestling fan reaction. All of Beyond UT's faves stand tall in the ring at the end. What a finish to the season. This is the roster we're going to see going forward. It's important to note that none of the AEW guys and the Beyond OG stars were present on this show. So no LAX, no Janela, even no Dickinson, and no Statlander. So speculate away that LAX and Statlander to AEW. I would like to think that. I want to see Statlander and Solo Darling in particular in that AEW women's division. Statlander specifically. Kimberly, she wasn't on the show, but she's a Defy regular. She lives in the Northwest. I understand why she wasn't here. So this, again, looks to be the main roster of Beyond Wrestling going forward. Their next show is in Rhode Island at the end of September called All Hands on Deck. It's at a beach. I hope it's on the beach. I would love to see a wrestling show with sand in my feet. That looks awesome. I will see you there. Beyond Wrestling. Tip, 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 tap, tap. Loved it. Loved it, loved it. Good job. I'm going to miss Uncharted territory, but sometimes we just need to move on. Speaking of moving on, I will now move on to Stardom, in which we will talk the next hour over the Korakuen Hall show with JPQ of No Particular Angle podcast. And when we return, we'll get back to the regular show. Alrighty. Alrighty. So we're out of the weekly wrestling recap and into, well, where we always lead into. It's Stardom. And I am now joined by my good buddy from the No Particular Angle podcast, a fellow Stardom connoisseur, a sophisticated individual that's going around the wrestling world, that phrase. It's JPQ. Welcome back.
Hey man, thanks for having me again. I appreciate you bringing me back on, and I appreciate you bringing me back on for some Stardom talk.
Yes, and you will also join me later for WCW because I've been having a hard time discussing that show on my own lately. But yeah, I asked you in particular on this episode because Stardom had quite the show recently on July 24th at Korakuen, Kirken Hall. We saw a number of title defenses, particularly the Wonder and the World. We saw the tag titles defended, the first TCS defense, and then a couple good matches before that. So, JPQ, I know I'm usually the lead on this, but I would love it if you would lead the way for what I got written down on the agenda. Obviously, I always skip the young Lioness match.
Yeah, and you can. You know, it's a lot like New Japan. You know, the young Lionesses are fun to pay attention to, but they don't serve as much of an importance as the main card, especially with what Stardom's been doing lately. You know, they've been putting on some pretty aggressive matchups consistently over the last couple months. I know listening to you every 2 weeks, you know, I get the recaps plus then I watch them. This week, no different. July 24th, Korakuen Hall. We had Jamie Hayter versus Saya Aida versus Utami Hayashishida in a three-way battle. We know that Hayter and Utami are continuing their feud from Wrestle Queendom in the United Kingdom. And pretty much what they're trying to do is, you know, see who can bully each other, you know, who can get the best of one another through a stiffer type of fashion. So it's been really interesting to watch. I'm glad that they put Saya in there because where she's young, she does find herself to be, you know, known as a bigger body in Stardom. And she's got some power to her and she's got some strength moves. And to kind of see how she fared in a match against height and power in Hayter and Utami, respectively, I thought was going to be an interesting matchup. In this instance, though, the little back and forth that we had between Utami and Hayter was interesting to watch. All told, we saw Utami win via the torture rack, one Aida. What were your thoughts on this match, JD?
I do like the continuation. I always like continuity in my wrestling. Call me crazy. And did you watch Wrestle Queendom, by the way?
I caught this match, I caught Arisa's match, and I caught Kagetsu versus Mayu in their exhibition match.
Ah, good. So then, as just to catch everyone up, the Eve International title was won by Jamie Hayter from Utami in a three-way with Nina Samuels in there for reasons. And they're carrying this feud over, and I really enjoyed the dynamic. Having Saya Ida in there wasn't just to solely take a pinfall, so to say. There was a fun dynamic of she wants to be noticed, and I absolutely love that. So Hayter and Utami just tower over the poor girl. They're elbowing her out of the way. They're pushing her down, and Ida's just like, I gotta get in on this. And it eventually becomes an actual three-way after that initial. It was a nice, quick, and short match. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I found the brevity to be refreshing. All too often in some of these matches, they can get away from them a little bit. Try to do too much in too small of a space. But I think they told a good story here. I think they kept it, under 7 minutes, I think is about how far it went.
Something like that. I usually time a lot of matches. This was not one of them. I had, it wasn't priority.
No, not on a card like this, which we'll get into in a second. But I thought for what it was nice. And again, anytime you can get a little work in for Aida against somebody like Utami or someone like Hayter, you know, you're putting her in a position to get noticed, and that's always good.
Yep, moving on.
So then we went into the 8-man tag team match, right? Stars versus Tokyo Cyber Squad. I think you brought me on for this match because I'm Team Stars, your Team Tokyo Cyber Squad, Team TCS. We had Mayu Iwatani, Saki Kashima, the pink Wow, I want to call her the Pink Dream, but she's really not. The Pink Star as well. Starlight Kid was in it. Nakano versus Bobby Tyler, Death, Hana Kimura, and Zoe Lucas. Saki gets her moment to shine, but really tries too much here.
Now, these are my words. You don't have to.
I know. I read it, and I was just like, you got to be
them.
kidding me. I should have proofread that one. No.
I said it. I've done it. I fooled him.
Yeah, right. God damn it. I'm going to get you one of these days, back to July 4th. But to your point about your notes, Saki has work to do. You could have blamed it on ring rust last year when she first came back. She had a nice little...
oh, yeah, sure. She was out from injury for quite some time.
Yeah, but she's been there over a calendar year now. It's time for her to kind of get back into the fold and kind of clean some of this stuff up if anybody's going to take her seriously, especially Rossi. And she didn't deliver the cleanest moveset this match. But we had...
Yeah, she misses a... I mean, she was missing a lot of her moves in this. It was just one of those... I had a bad match moments, but I did get a kick out of the her springboard Rana that she tries to do.
Sure.
But Bobby Tyler's obviously much taller than most of her opponents in Stardom, so she just she clearly goes legs to her shoulders where it would be on someone else, and then she just flops on the mat. I just go, oops.
Yeah, it didn't land well.
No, it was. I was like, ow, her shoulder, because she just plops on the ground. I laughed, poor girl, but then she got out of the match and it went smooth from there.
Yeah, no, it went pretty well, and we saw some fun exchanges. I think Stardom does some of the best work with regards to their 4-on-4 faction. They always have their fun spots where everybody kind of gets a piece on one opposing wrestler, and we saw that both for TCS as well as an exchange with Stars as well. Great one-on-one exchange from Hana and Mayu. Lots of forearms coming in. Death and Starlight doing high-speed exchanges. And then we saw a similar type of finish encounter, which then led to Starlight getting the win over Death, which, again, in Japan, earns you a title shot more times than not. So that was a nice little wrinkle. The one thing I did want to bring up to you, JD, is Hana Kimura is... We're finding her a lot in these mixed tag matches. Or actually, not mixed tag, multi-tag matches. 3-on-3, 4-on-4, faction-driven. What do you think the reason is that Stardom's kind of holding her back from one-on-one prominence right now?
Yeah, that was that kind of dawned on me at this show in particular, because we were seeing women like Arisa, Hazuki, they're getting pushed into the singles spotlight. Even Momo's kind of taken a backseat, but she had her big tag title defense run going, and the Wonder title for a long time.
Yep.
Now Hana is the faction leader, and Mayu makes sense because she's come back from resting just a mummification of injuries, especially in her knee.
Right.
So that makes sense why Mayu's kind of getting slow, and they're protecting her a bit for the 5-star Grand Prix, get her fresh going into that. That's the big draw there. But Hana has been, she just got her faction. She did, I think, well in her Kagetsu singles feud when she came back from Excursion.
Yep.
But then outside of that, yeah, it was dawning on me that she's just been in these tag and trio situations mostly. Is it to protect her for a big push in the 5-star? That's what was going through my head. But now I'm questioning that, because yeah, she's the faction leader. She's charismatic to fill out 7 people who have 0 charisma. That's how charismatic Hana Kimura is. Mm-hmm. I think that's without debate. And in this match in particular, she's going one-on-one with Mayu, the leader of Stars. I go, well, this was a good exchange. And if you look at the other matches she's been in, she's also been having these one-on-one exchanges with the major players of Stardom. So is she trying to get into the groove of being against these people more often? It's very possible.
Yeah, I think they're doing a grooming type of thing with her. I think 5-star is probably her rise up the ladder. I think Mayu, in this instance, Mayu versus Hana and the little exchange that we saw is just a preview of what we're going to see when we get to tournament time in the middle of August. It is interesting that we haven't really seen her one-on-one with another faction leader yet. They teased that, I believe it was a few weeks ago, back when Utami and Momo had the titles. Hana kind of did a little run with them, a little program with them, and she was kind of switching out team members. Momo versus Hana found themselves against each other like 4 out of 6 shows. And we were kind of seeing...
just about every time.
Yeah, it felt that way. And I really think what they're doing is they're testing, they're seeing, how the chemistry is. They're building that chemistry so that when she... Ultimately, we know what she can do against Kagetsu. We saw it last year. But ultimately, when she takes the crown...
She got hung.
Well, that's very true. That did happen. They've kind of gone a little fun with it lately. But yeah, no, keep your eye on Oedo Tai, because that is... that's no bueno. But we know what she can do with Kagetsu. So working with Mayu and working with Momo and working with Utami as well as building her faction. I think that's probably the thing for me, is that when... Konami and Kiona, when I want to call her Jungle, but I'm trying to be disciplined. When Kiona won the tag team titles, she was right there to support him, and she's kind of leading by example in these multi-people matches right now, and she's kind of building the camaraderie within the team before she supplants herself at the top of the division, at the top of the promotion, I should say. I think that's where they're probably headed with it. I think that's the story. It's a slower burn, which I appreciate with Hana, because they could have just made her the champion when she first came in, and I would have been cool with it. But now they gave her a faction. They brought in, the misfit toys and Konami and Kiona and Rebel Kell and Death, and they built up a little traction through some secondary titles and tag team titles, trios, whatever. And now, she's really going to be the one coming out of the 5-star, in my opinion. And whether it happens during the 5-star or it happens at Carnival later in the year, she's really going to begin to take off and control Stardom as a whole moving forward, in my opinion.
Yeah, with how heavily she's being protected and having these one-on-ones with the top stars of Stardom, the future looks very, very bright for Hana Kimura, and I think... her getting the groove of her moveset with all this is where she's finding her, let's call it confidence in the ring. As you can tell, her kicks are very focused right now. She's getting her dropkick timing way, way better. The list goes on. So, and she's got her submission finisher, the just nasty looking Rings of Saturn.
Yes,
that she's got going on. It's like Octopus down into the Rings of Saturn, but still has the octopus leg over the head situation. I quite like that.
Yeah, and she cranks it too, which is appreciated.
It looks very painful.
It does. Yeah, you can't mess with her. I mean, again, she was Oedo Tai. Her mom started Oedo Tai. Like, you cannot forget the history. Because she can dish the pain for sure.
Yeah. All right. So I'll take this little nugget here.
Take it.
There was a special person that came out post match, and it's Riho from AEW of all places announces her joining of Stardom, which is quite something. Yeah. Did not expect that.
I can't tell you how excited I was, because you never hear from Fuka, first of all. So for her to have a mic as Starlight is challenging for the high-speed title against Death, and for her to then kind of pivot and throw a little swerve in there, which you don't typically get with Stardom. And then you have somebody with such name value coming out, even stateside because of AEW, in Riho joining Stardom and being put right into the high-speed title picture. Man, like, you talk about making an impact for a show that, let's be honest, it's Korakuen, so it's a big deal, but, still, like, her coming to the ring and telling everybody that she signed with Stardom, that's a huge move by Rossi and the management team behind Stardom.
Yeah, and it's good for Riho as well, considering that if she doesn't want to move to the U.S. full-time, unlike Hikaru Shida, then this being her stomping ground to just be in a promotion full time and then come to AEW every now and again, that's excellent because it keeps her fresh on both sides. She goes away for a little bit, she comes back. It's a big deal each time, no matter where she is. And then they announced like a young lioness gonna make her in-ring debut. I didn't get her name though.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go into the annals here. It wasn't Saya. It was no, it wasn't. No, she's going against Momo coming up. Yeah, I'm blanking on the name myself. You know me. JD knows better than most. It takes me about 4 recordings to get a name right, so I'm not even going to pretend to butcher it right now.
Yeah. All right, and then after that we had the Goddess title match, the tag titles of TCS versus Oedo Tai. That's the TCS champions of Kiona and Konami versus Miyagi and Kagetsu. And yes, JPQ, we get the oiled up test of strength yet again from Kiona and Miyagi. I still love this. It never gets old.
Nope.
Until one of them gets one over on the other, because they've exchanged pinfalls before this match.
Yes.
In tag match situations. And this match was shockingly short, considering, but I thought it was very effective with the use of time.
Yeah, I thought I liked it. I think what I probably bought into this match more than maybe I thought I would. I think what my mindset going into this was I wasn't happy because you and I have a beer bet going. And you picked Kiona and Konami to win the Goddesses of Stardom championships.
I sure did.
And I picked Miyagi and Kagetsu before they were even tagging together. Like, I had enough forethought, I'm patting myself on the back, that those two were going to be the two that came out of Oedo Tai to challenge, at the time I thought, Momo and Utami.
Well, it had to be arguably the strongest duo from each faction.
You would think,
take
right,
the Goddess titles, yeah.
Exactly, that was the progression. But, Hazuki's there, and, Natsu you always thought might get a run or something. So, wishful thinking, but I thought it was a great match. I really enjoy the intensity of Miyagi pre-match. I thought her and how she kind of sold that she was going to break Jungle prior to this match even starting got me invested early for those two to exchange. And they delivered. Right, and they went out there and they worked stiff and they worked hard. And again, you got to admire Miyagi's side. It's not something you can teach. But Kiona kind of held her own early, and she didn't. And she worked most of that. You would think that the smaller competitor in Konami would hold, would take the beatings, and they were trying to tag in the bigger opponent, all that type of stuff. But in this instance, Kiona's the one that put in the legwork of kind of getting kicked around a bit by these two. Kagetsu, obviously, ring general. She's in the right place at the right time. Her timing's fantastic. She ate I believe it was a punch. She ate a punch off a springboard from Jungle, which then ultimately led to the hot tag that brought Konami in. And then from there, it was just chaos. I want to throw some love towards Konami because when she was sunk in the sitting 4-leaf clover and then suplexed Miyagi as she's sinking in the submission, she then suplexes Miyagi. So now she's got both members of Oedo Tai locked up, and to the ref's credit, because Kagetsu was the one in the ring that needed to be pinned or needed to be submitted, he didn't count the 3 fall. So continuity was strong from everybody involved in that, and it was a fun little move to see little Konami pull off.
I always like little tidbits like that from the ref when they adhere to the rules.
Right. It's
right?
big. Yes.
What a thought.
Yeah, because his shoulders are down. I'm lost because, the chaotic nature of these tag matches. And I'm like, why isn't there no pinfall? Why, like, her clearly down. Clearly her shoulders are down. And then I'm like, oh wait, she's not the one that's in the ring right now. Shoot. And then it just, again, you just sink into it even deeper at that point. So very good storytelling. Everybody knows their part. Everybody plays it well.
Yeah, short little 11-minute match. I saw this as a dominating victory from TCS, and considering coming off of beating the powerhouse team of Utami and Momo, this was a very good first title defense.
Yeah, I think it was strong. They've been kind of playing hot potato with their titles. And this could have been an opportunity to get Oedo Tai some titles that they've been sorely lacking. And you could have seen it go two different ways, but man, they cemented themselves as real players, Kiona and Konami, with this match.
Yeah. Kiona hits the last ride powerbomb for the win on Miyagi, so that leads her 2-1 in their little pinfall exchange.
Mm-hmm.
Now, saw them have more exchanges later at the house shows. Now, I'll let you handle the last match. I gotta handle this one.
Take it.
So this is the Wonder of Stardom title match. I am on record saying how frustrated I was with Arisa for a good 2 months. It was painful for me to watch. I was like, why did this chick win the Cinderella tournament? She looks awful right now. It was like regretful booking 101 kind of deal. She looked nervous. She looked out of her element. She's getting this push. Maybe she's not ready. And Jesus, where do I even begin? She comes off the match with Tom Nakano in her first Wonder title match defense. And I think that this one against Hazuki topped it. So everything Arisa did was on point, and being up against a very game and just as emotional Hazuki. And when I say emotion, that's what was shown in this match. They were building off this kind of grudge between each other, where they're pulling their hairs, they're getting in fist fights before and after tag matches heading into this. So they do this crazy forearm exchange. They do a number of them. They brawl outside. They're smiling as they're fighting each other. It really gives a big competitive feel to it. They just want to beat each other up and enjoy doing it, right? It's really cool. Mm-hmm. I don't remember the last time I've seen a match quite like this in Stardom, or even women's wrestling in general, of this kind of, I guess, in a fury emotion. No, it's been a long time. I have seen emotional matches lately. So, anyways, what did you think, JPQ, of how this match started, how it went to the middle, and then we'll get to the end here in a second.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the pacing, first and foremost. Hazuki taking Arisa out into the crowd and up the bleachers to the cement, support and utilizing that as a weapon was very Kagetsu-esque. And I try not to forget that Kagetsu, with regards to Oedo Tai in general, is that she really is not only the leader, but she's the trainer. She's bringing up, it's that senpai, Mota, or I forget the word, Kotai, Kohai, excuse me. I was almost there. Relationship with her and Hazuki, almost. The accent, remember that.
Right.
But it is one of those things where you saw that early, and it was like a little Kagetsu kind of getting in there. It was a slow start. They were kind of feeling each other out. They work outside. Hazuki wastes no time in bringing Arisa into the audience, utilizing the same type of tactics that we've come to love out of Oedo Tai and the viciousness that they bring to Stardom. They get back in the ring, and that's really where it begins to pick up. And the exchanges between the two, you could tell that they weren't screwing around. Like, I don't want to use Big Fight Feel because I want to save that for the next match. But in this instance, emotional is good, but there was intensity between these two in there. You could feel.
Oh, the intensity came later.
Yeah, well, yes, it did. Sure, absolutely. And I won't ruin it.
Yeah.
We'll get into that back third of it. But you could feel it building, right? And you could.
Yeah, and it was a build of emotion.
Right. Yeah, they were telling a great story. It was a great arc. And I think I think that we don't talk about it enough with Stardom. The fact that there is no commentary. And you feel the emotion from the crowd as these two performers are in there, and they're, expressing their emotion through the first 66% of this match. It just came across so well. And then the stiff kicks and the knees, and then some of the little springboard stuff that they were doing was all super, super strong. And you could tell that they were in there and this was a fist fight. And if these two can build upon this, Stardom is going to be fine for the next 10 years. Like it's ridiculous that these
or
two
at least the next 5.
Well, at least the next 5, sure. But
yeah,
Hazuki's only 21. Like
yeah.
Arisa's only 24. It's not like they're not spring chickens because we've watched them.
19.
Yeah, Momo's 19. I mean, come on, it's
Christ.
ridiculous. And so they're going to be fine if this is the type of level that they're at now, and then what we can expect. To your point about Arisa, yeah, not the greatest one to run up to this point. She's had some good matches leading into this. I saw her live in New York, little, in the faction war that they had, a little 4-on-4.
Yeah, we both saw that. Yeah, she was.
Oh, you
she
were
was
there,
less
right? You were
memorable.
with me. Jesus,
Yeah,
I'm an idiot.
we drank before the show.
Drank before. Thank God HOG can't get their ring together because we got that extra beer in. But it is one of those things where she's really progressed. And when she first came in and the question mark kick that she was hitting and the fever pitch excitement everybody had around her, she's starting to kind of come into that same type of excitement again. And she's starting to find her footing in the ring. And yeah, it was a really strong 2/3 of a match.
Here's what I liked. The match didn't start out with a technical game.
No.
Because it wasn't built that way.
Nope.
Nothing drives me more insane when you build a grudge match and then just go, all right, let's kind of feel each other out for a good 5 minutes. Nah, screw that.
It's true.
These two, in my mind, hated each other. And I actually, even though I am subscribed to Stardom, proudly in fact, I was very curious. If you find a torrent or something from Samurai TV, you can hear the commentary. They do commentary on Samurai TV. For Stardom, at least for because I had to download it to watch the show in June, the one against Tom Nakano on a plane, and then I was just busy, and I was just also curious to hear if because I rewatched it with the Samurai TV commentary, and they were going out of their mind with the kicks and the knees,
yeah.
And how there was a fury exchange at one point, and this is where we get to the back third of the match. So none of them, up until this back third point, were able to hit either of any of their signature moves. None. It was literally a fist fight, basically the whole time. Fantastic. Just nothing but counters of these major moves. Then they start with the facial expressions, and the camera work, I commend, was just right there for each one of them. It was New Japan-esque. So they start this slow, stiff exchange with elbows, and then Arisa gets a sadistic smile on her. She pulls the hair. This is like full-on anime style. Pulls the hair out of the way. She has a serious look. And then she just cracks this really quick, big smile that she has. It just lays a giant one into Hazuki, and she goes down on her knee. I'm just like, holy shit! Where was this Arisa, for the last 4 months? Brilliant. And then Hazuki, as she gets up from her knee, does essentially the same thing. She goes, okay. She kind of, flicks the sweat off her nose, and she lays it right back. It was freaking great. So once they get past this Fury strike, this is when they start getting their moves in, their big signature moves, and it made for a fantastic back third. So the match only went just over 15 minutes. So 5 minutes brawl, 5-minute counter exchange with fists, and then now we're in this last 5 minutes where all this is happening. The pacing is fantastic. It told a beginning, middle, and end. So Hazuki knocks in her bully choke, transfers into a Rings of Saturn, just big lethal type move here. Really, this is what I took out of it. Wants to make Arisa tap out, specifically. Because she didn't really go for any of her... She didn't go for her Okada roll. She didn't go for her low down frog splash. She went for submission moves, specifically. Which besides the Zack Sabre Jr. match, his whole game is submissions. This was a very focused attack, and we even see at one point Arisa lift Hazuki off the mat when she has a 3 count made, supposedly. and she gets a big smile on her face, shakes her head, nah, I'm not done. The only time, you only see that in, like, squash matches with, like, a Braun Strowman or a Brock Lesnar. It's like, I'm not done with this jobber, right?
Right.
I don't remember seeing a match where someone just, I'm not done kicking the shit out of this person because I don't like them. I don't remember the last time I saw something like that.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I think for me, and I think you did a great job talking about Hazuki and the pain she was trying to inflict. She took it personally, and it got represented well on the back third here with keeping her feet on the ground and utilizing submission techniques and different ground and pound stuff to really make the emphasis that this is a fist fight. This is a street fight. We're gonna battle this out like the women that we are. To Arisa's credit, I thought the finish on this was stronger than anticipated. Like, we know the question mark kick.
Mm-hmm.
We know
the big Brazilian kicks.
Right, the big Brazilian kicks. And then obviously you have the running knees to finish. But the exchange of running knee, fall to the ground, or running knee, and then she almost does, like, it's not a running question mark kick, but in my opinion, my interpretation of it was she can hit it out of nowhere. So typically she turns around to little, almost arcade-ish, where they're both kind of, groggy, and she turns around and then boom, boom, and she hits it.
Right.
And that's how it ends. In this instance, she kind of bounces off the ropes and takes 2 steps, and on the second step, she knocks it out almost out of nowhere. And I wasn't ready for it. I was prepared for the timing-wise that was coming, but she hit it. She wasn't running, but she was walking, and she was at mid-gate, and she throws that leg up, and boom, she hits the question mark kick, drops her down, and then picks her back up to hit another another running knee whizzer to Hazuki before she goes for the pin. And just that type of rub it in your face.
It's not a shining wizard, because
no,
that's like what
it's a running knee
Shida does.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
This is just a straight. It's almost like a regal knee, almost.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, it's like she gets. Yeah, she like jumps up and smashes your chin with her knee, but she doesn't extend anything out, and it's not. She doesn't run past you. She hits you full throttle, body to body.
What'd you think of the cockily throwing up 3 fingers during the pinfall?
I think she missed the timing on it, first and foremost. It's like, you're
she's kind of goofy and awkward in her own way.
She is.
But
she's like a teenager.
She
pretty much is, right? It's like, but yeah, she 1, 2, 3, and she was just a little late on 2 and 3. But no, I liked it. I liked the pose. I like that she sat on her chest. I like that she threw the leg up in the air, and I like that her hand was up immediately. There was no hesitation. It was, This is over. It's time to move on from Hazuki. I'm putting this to bed right now.
2 matches in a row, Arisa has handedly delivered. Yes. So I'm saying this right here, right now. I called Arisa out. I'm sure she listens to this podcast.
Mm-hmm. Why not?
Obviously. I called her out. I said, "Get your shit together, girl." She's fucking done it.
She's doing it.
I have completely 180'd, which is a good thing. I have enjoyed her women's match of the year caliber summer streak that she's had now, and now I'm very excited to see what's in store for her in the 5-star Grand Prix. When prior to the summer starting, I was dreading it.
Yeah, it was a risk. Who knew at the time that she won Cinderella and then ultimately won the Wonder of Stardom title that she would be this strong going into the 5-star? And you need your white belt strong going into the 5-star. So Rossi saw something. Fuka, Kagetsu, Mayu, the head trainers over at Stardom saw something in her in training to know that, she may be a little wonky from time to time, but we give her enough time, she'll start to produce. And man, again, you talk about thinking and then them going out there and proving you wrong. Arisa's been doing that the last month or so, and she continued it.
Last 2 months.
Yeah, last 2 months. And she, going into the 5 stars, you got to look out for her because she's got a taste for blood right now. And she's showing a little she's showing a little different. She kind of got pushed around by Tam early this year, and didn't always kind of showed more of the friendly kind of affable side. But now, after a Hazuki program where they beat the crap out of each other, there's a little bit more intensity behind Arisa, and people should not take that for granted, because that will pay off for her in a tournament style like the five star.
Yeah, and you saw that in the next couple house shows, which we'll get to just in a second here. Just that's going to be right quick. Not much else to talk about there, but yeah, good job, Arisa.
Yeah,
look forward to what's going down. I also like the structure of her title defenses so far. She wins the title from Momo. Okay, I didn't like the match, but all right. And then she goes immediately into a program which with a long, slow build of the dissension with Tom, who's a veteran, right?
Yep.
And that got her on track. So when I look at title defenses going forward in any promotion for a new champion, if they're not thinking, all right, we just crowned our new champion, especially for a young guy that's getting a push, right? Because that's what a title win is. It's your push, right?
Right.
Go into a program with a veteran with some story behind it. In this case, it was Tom not quite happy Arisa's joining up her friend group, right?
That's true. Very true.
And then she's followed that up with the young gun Hazuki, and puts in a match I think is even better. I mean, bravo.
Yeah,
that's good booking.
It not only is it good booking, it's conventional, orthodox booking. Like, you take your young, fresh champion, you put her in there with a veteran, you build a story behind it, you let that be the jumping off point for some of these other mini feuds that she's had, and then a nice program with Hazuki, who's a nice up and comer. Like, this isn't anything new, but it doesn't have to be, because it's been proven to work. And when you're building stars, you need to follow this formula more times than not. Yes, you can go and there's different ways of doing it, and we're seeing that in Stardom in other aspects. But to run a conventional storyline, that a conventional progression, it's not unlike they did with Momo to kind of get her to the top of the heap 3 months ago. So they were really doing good work with this Wonder of Stardom Championship. They're taking it seriously. They're allowing it to be a workers' title, where she will defend this thing another 6 times probably before she loses it, and
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, and she's committing to it, and she's proving that she belongs, and God bless her for it. She's taken the brass ring, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, she defended it at Wrestle Kingdom, but I gotta be honest.
Count.
Yeah, that was like. That match wasn't very good, but that was nothing on Arisa. That gives some perspective.
Right, yeah, that's a good point.
I'm like, whoa. that shows the level of Stardom, like, way above anyone else.
Right.
All right, last match from Kirkin.
So World of Stardom title match. Red belt. Hashtag the red belt. We had B. Priestley of the Stardom champion as well as of AEW fame, versus
true facts.
Oh yeah, versus the captain, the
top
leader,
Gaijin, by the way.
Total top Gaijin.
I don't know if you knew that. I don't know if you knew that.
She lets me know every post that she is top Gaijin.
She's also considered a Gaijin because she's British in AEW, so still top Gaijin.
Hey, whatever you need to get yourself over, B. Whatever you need.
I love it. I love that moniker, Top Gaijin.
I think it's great.
Awesome.
And
because Gaijin is Gaijin is used in Japan as mostly a derogatory term, right? And she's really turned this around until, I'm a fucking Gaijin. I'm the best one. Come at me.
Right? And I got your title, and all you Stardom fans out there are angry about it, but you're gonna have to deal with me until. And she's playing it smart, you know what I mean? Like, she's not number 1 in Queen's Quest, but
she's the champ.
But she's the champ, and she's the champ, and she's got to now defend it against the faction leader of Queen's Quest and Momo Watanabe. And this is the match that we've talked about for a while, right? This is.
I was very nervous because this is part of our bet.
This is part of our bet, and I have Momo winning it, and that is a shame. Although we could get a push coming up here. But it is one of those things where, a lot of hype going into this. So anytime you have Queen's Quest versus Queen's Quest, this is what you expect out of Queen's Quest. You expect championships, and you expect to defend against people in Queen's Quest because they are the Yankees, after all.
You had Momo as the faction leader with the singles title, but you still have B as the red champ. So you kind of covered your grounds on that one.
Yeah, for sure.
Smart.
Thank you.
I was a fool.
Yeah, the title's got to stay in Queen's Quest. If I've learned anything about Stardom, is that, little runs here and there, but it always goes back to QQ. But
true.
We had quite the banger. I don't know if I would say that this was better than Arisa and Hazuki because of the emotional build to it. Here's what I did like.
I would not.
Yeah.
I would not say it was a better match.
Right.
But it was a good match.
It was a good match. I'll tell you what I liked and what I didn't like. First thing that I liked was the big fight feel. They did a good job. And again, these
Definitely.
these title opportunities come up rather quickly. Like they'll hold a presser, they'll announce it, they'll hold a presser, and then usually within the next 2 weeks they're going to have it, and very little build in between. But in this instance, the crowd was into it. They took it seriously. They came out, the pageantry between both of them. They both owned that ring when they came out there as if they were number one in the promotion. They sold it well, and I was invested early. Momo, I like what you wrote here. I'm going to steal it from you. Momo was channeling her inner Shima in this match, spamming the Meteora button. Man, that's just great insight. This is just strong insight from you. Because it's true. I wasn't even thinking that, but as I read it when you sent me the notes, I was like, God damn, that's good. But it's true. Momo in this instance, I think what I liked about it was that she's coming off such a hot run. And she had a great run with the Wonder of Stardom Championship. She had a great run with the Goddesses of Stardom Championship, and she finds herself titleless for the first time in 2019. But for the first time really in almost a calendar year. I think she held a belt for 10 months. Right?
Well, she won the Cinderella in 2018.
She won the Cinderella in 2018, but then she took the Wonder title off of Io when she left.
In
June.
So well over a year.
So over a year. So 13 months, right?
Yeah.
That she's been with a title. And so for her to be out of it, she is my number one going into the 5 stars. She's ready for the red belt. It's time to crown your next champion now that in Queen's Quest because Io left. And, there was a little bit of confidence issues early and often in this match where she didn't really have the offense. She didn't control the match the way we typically expect her to. B really was getting more of the offense in, and anytime Momo tried something, we found a counter being made by B or a stiff shot to kind of end the combo or the progression of a move set. And Momo looked a little lost to the point where she started to get frustrated. She lost her composure. And this is all in the storytelling aspect.
She did a number of times in this match.
Yeah, she pushed the ref, and she usually is so controlled. And I think the story that they were telling here was, you may not be, as ready for this type of spot yet. You might have more grooming that you need to do, unless you can figure it out on the fly. And as this match progressed, you could see the confidence begin to build a little bit more. The only thing I didn't really like about it was the finish. Not because I hate the Ocean Cyclone Suplex, but more importantly because it didn't really hit with as much impact as I thought it was going to, and it didn't seem like it seemed more like Momo was tired at the end of it and didn't kick out, rather than an impactful move that put her to sleep, in a sense. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, it did come off as pretty anticlimactic the way the match ended in general. That was my thought of it. I was like, man, something was missing in this match to put it over.
Yeah, it's just that last 2-minute sequence at the end. Really, it should have been a stamp on the defense for B. But it just seemed to miss a little bit for me. And that might have to do with the move. The Ocean Cyclone Suplex, when done well, is strong. But I've never really been a huge B fan. I think she's improved immensely over the last 18, 18 to 24 months.
Last time you were on the cast with me, we spoke very highly of her improvement.
Yeah.
And it's very noticeable.
Very noticeable. And she's got the length. But she's kind of, again, just like Arisa, there's kind of this wonkiness to her when you watch her, almost rubber band-like. But she doesn't hold it as well as, say, Mayu, when Mayu was still coming up. But she's been doing a great job, and her confidence there and her character work is awesome. I thought it was a great match overall. Very strong, definitely worthy of a main event, definitely within the top 2 best matches of the night, in my opinion. 19 minutes is nothing to scoff at for 19 minutes and 44 seconds is nothing to scoff at for a World of Stardom title match. I just thought that they could have executed the last 2 minutes a little bit better. The Ocean Cyclone Suplex could have been done cleaner, and if that would have happened middle of the ring, not on the side off the rope, then we would have been talking, is this probably match of the night, in my opinion.
Yeah, the way that whole finishing sequence went down, I get what they were going for, and what ends up happening is both exchange high kicks, right? Just straight high kicks.
Yep.
And B. Priestley's got a good amount of height on Momo, and the way I looked at it was, they hit each other twice, and then Momo goes down, and B stays up. So that allows B. Priestley to get she gets that half pump handle suplex German thing that she does.
Right.
I don't even know what it's called. And then that goes in the ocean style suplex, and it's just over. Like it felt like there could have been an exchange or two leading up to that. So I think we're on the same page with this match. So did you notice how red Momo and B. Priestley were at the end of this match?
Yeah, they connected. I put a lot of it
stiff.
Yeah, it was stiff, and I put a lot of the work they did on the apron as a reason for why. Right? Anytime you're doing a peach bomb on the apron, anytime that you hit a suplex or a half Nelson suplex on the apron, you're going to run into some bruising and some color or discoloration of the skin. And these two went out there and they worked for 20 minutes, and I give them all the credit in the world. It's just, again, those last 2 minutes, that's the cherry on the sundae, and they
that's what separates Okada from everyone else.
Pretty much. That's a great way of putting it. It really is. That's true.
Yeah. Well, alrighty. Just real fast, they had a couple house shows of sorts right after Korakuen at Kanazawa and Shinkiba. The Kanazawa show, not much to say for the show overall, but Natsu Sumire and Oedo Tai had a 4-way against Tokyo Cyber Squad, or 4v4, 8-man tag, and they're in this school gym, and Oedo Tai gets into the sports closet, takes out a what do you not a trolley, but
it's a luggage cart.
A luggage cart?
Yeah.
Plops a couple TCS members on it, then bowls them into just all rows of chairs, hitting the ring apron at the end. I just died of laughter. Then, when you think it's over, it cuts to Natsu Sumire having traffic cones, giant ones on both arms, and she double clotheslines the same two people. I think it was Jungle and Hana.
Yeah, it was the funniest. The cone, that is an image, and I like Natsu. I know we go back and forth between her and Saki because I'm a Saki mark, but the image of her with two gigantic cones, and we're not talking little cones. We're talking construction safety cones, the whole arm, and she's racing at these two wrestlers. It's just, to me, it's hardcore wrestling done fun, and you can pull that off. You got a fan in me.
But yeah, so that made me just die of laughter. It was worth the whole show.
Mm-hmm.
And then in Shinkiba, Utami retains the future Stardom title in 5 minutes.
Yep.
Against Leo. So who cares? I'm not a Leo fan. But the big takeaway match from that show was the singles match of Tom Nakano versus Starlight Kid. They go to a 15-minute draw. What did you think of this one?
I really enjoyed it. I don't know Starlight Kid's...
The booking's weird with Starlight.
It really is. It's like they know they have money in her, and she plays, and she's going to be she's going to be around for a while. Their age, nobody knows her age. I do know, talking to some people within Stardom, that she is still in school, and so that may be a reason why, whether she's quote-unquote 18, which is then they can start putting them on the main roster a little bit more, push them a little bit more or not. But she's still in school right now, and because of that, they're not really utilizing her to progress her at all. But then she does matches like this against Tam, where she comes out and, I mean, they're going back and forth, and God bless Tam for working. You know what I mean? Like, not that Nakano can't work, but she not easy to get in there with Starlight and kind of keep pace. And she was smart with when she needed to slow it down, a little power move, put her on her ass. And
kick in the face, and you're done
face,
here.
Right? And we're just gonna slow this bad boy down. And I thought there was a good balance of that throughout the entire thing. But this was a good exhibition for Starlight Kid, and it just proves that Tam can work with anybody.
Yeah, anyone who's like, there was that stretch last year with Tam being injured, and it was clearly getting to her. Supposedly, she was going through depression issues. I was reading that.
Oh, really?
Fairly recently, yeah, during her injury, and she was off her game, which explains a lot now that I look back on
Makes
that
sense.
stretch.
Yeah, because she was so hot when she came in a few years back, and they had kind of iced her out a little bit last year, but now that brings some context into it.
Yeah, but the booking on Starlight's so odd with me. That kind of makes more sense if she's still in school, but
yeah,
she'll go out there and lose to Bobby Tyler in like 6 minutes,
right?
And then go to a 15-minute draw with Tom Deathmatch Nakano over here.
Exploding
Exploding bats. It was like, yeah, when Hana Kimura came back from excursion and had a hardcore match, I had to look this up. I'm like, this is technically the first hardcore match in Stardom, but they've had like exploding bat matches.
Yeah.
Well, okay, all right, technically it's not a hardcore match. Okay, got it. Yeah, I really liked Starlight Kid getting this 15-minute draw. Sets her up for a higher pedestal going into the 5-star. I think we'll see more of this as the month and two go on as we get to October.
Yeah, it's nice that she's going to be part of 5-star. It's nice that we're going to see her Death and Riho coming up here on the 8th, 9th, on the 10th. It's on Saturday, the 10th. They did a good job kind of putting in her position, bringing a little legitimacy to her when you have someone like Death who's on fire right now. And Riho,
dude, the crowd loves her so much.
They love her. It's such a great character. It's so
good.
Funny.
God,
we didn't talk about it, but before they announced Riho and Starlight Kid is making the challenge, Death is just sitting there screaming death at her, and Starlight's like, I don't even know what you're saying. Like, it's death. It's just it's so over.
All right. So that's good. Good times in Stardom.
Mm-hmm.
And good little hour. We cut our 2 hours in half this time.
That's right. Hey, look at us improving
the time management. Well, with that, JPQ, when you return, we'll be talking WCW Nitro. God help us all. Yes, you'll never tear me apart. NXT TakeOver Toronto. NXT TOTO, if you will. Funny enough, the last time TakeOver went to Toronto, and I was there personally, saw the heavy hot matches of Samoa Joe against Shinsuke Nakamura, which I was so drunk when I left. Oh, it was ridiculous. I had such a great time. Saw Bobby Roode take on Ty Dillinger in a Canadian versus Canadian spectacular. Crowd just was insane. But how did this TakeOver Toronto live up? Well, there's not a whole lot to say. I mean, all right. Street Profits are your tag team champions. They defeat the Undisputed Era in an okay match. It was fine. It was harmless. I'd like to see more offense from UDE personally. The Street Profits, this was... You can tell. You can tell that NXT is in this phase of moving to TV, like on USA or FS1 or wherever they're going, because this was not the tag team match that I expect from NXT. It was your heels control the match, while the big hot babyface stands on the apron the whole time. Angelo Dawkins is not good in the ring. I don't like him. I don't like watching him wrestle. Montez Ford is the guy going forward. He has the charisma. He has the moveset. He has the pop. There's something about the Street Profits that just didn't click with the Undisputed Era. There was something missing. Whether it was O'Reilly not being able to do his mat wrestling game that he does, maybe Fish and O'Reilly just were being restricted, which definitely I think showed in this match. Regardless, the Street Profits do come out on top. I don't have my... I think this match went 18 minutes. Don't have it written down for some reason. Anyways, our next match was, in my opinion, the match of the night. It is Candice Goddamn LeRae versus Io Shirai. The story was Io Shirai lost her title opportunities, and then turned on LeRae when she came into the ring. That was the cage match. A couple months back, I guess now? Yeah. So, Io Shirai and Candice LeRae put on a clinic of what a women's match in WWE should be. What women's wrestling should be. Io Shirai controlled the match early. Like, LeRae gets in, they brawl a little bit. Ref rings the bell. Io Shirai does a suplex onto the table. LeRae barely beats the 10 count situation. And then it's Shirai just doing her Io things. She's kicking her back real hard, being real stiff. LeRae trying to fight back. And anytime LeRae would try to get an offensive move, Shirai would flip out of it. The story was told so well in this. Shirai showing off her power that she's capable of. And LeRae just being the easy babyface to love. Jesus, kitty cat. He is going crazy right now. He's just running around everything. He's running in the back of the TV, off the windowsill, jumping into the living room. It's nuts. He must see a bird or something outside. That has to be it. And speaking of birds, Io Shirai was just flying all over the place. Drop kicks, forearms, LeRae trying to fight back. There he goes again. Kitty, stop. I'm trying to talk about Io Shirai and Candice LeRae over here, and you're running around the apartment distracting me. But yeah, this was a 4.5 caliber match. Candice LeRae, this is the first time I have seen Candice LeRae be Candice LeRae. This is the first time I got to see Io Shirai be Io Shirai. This felt like the match that they're meant to have, over and over again. Candice LeRae being that easy babyface is easy to love. Io Shirai not being grounded allows her to be who she is. Io Shirai should be in the one in control. This is why that Baszler-Shirai match bothered me so much. Kitty cat, stop. Yes, please, lay there. I beg of you. Sid. Hey, look at me. Chill. I know, you're a catnip addict. I get it. I'm not enabling you anymore. You can't handle the responsibility. Okay, so Io Shirai wins. Yeah, she hits her moonsault, if memory serves, and Candice LeRae kicks out, and then this led to what's it called? The Koji clutch with her legs just chokes her out. Pretty awesome. I love this. This was my recommended match of NXT TakeOver. I say it was the match of the night. According to my friend who was at NXT TakeOver, because of the type of match they were doing, it was actually hard for a lot of the audience to see what was going on in this match. So I found that interesting. So I told him to watch it later on TV, and he said it was much better than what he saw in the arena. So that was just a little interesting note. WWE NXT North American title triple threat match. The losing Roderick Strong against Champion Dream and Pete Dunne. And I say losing Roderick Strong because he had lost to Pete Dunne in a singles match on NXT TV prior to this. And then he said he deserves to be the contender. I don't know. It didn't make sense to me. And then Pete Dunne shows up and Regal just gives him a title opportunity because he's British. I guess it makes sense because they're both British. And okay. Well, they have a triple threat match, and Dream was very out of place in this. You could tell Dunn and Strong are just heavy workers, work rate heavy, and they were going back and forth, and Dream just kind of cut them off, and he was kind of doing the oversell in a triple threat. It just looked really out of place. Lots of his moves weren't hitting as normal. It felt like an indie match. It really did. It felt like they were doing moves for the sake of moves. There was a really cool Roderick Strong going crazy moment where he hit a flurry of backbreakers on both guys and just cleaning house. And it was so fast, you kind of believed it at a point. And then Pete Dunne doing his limb and finger manipulation. When it was on Dream, it didn't flow or work well. But when it was on Strong and Dream was taken out of the match temporarily, that's when it worked. So this was a 60-40 situation with me, where sometimes it would flow well and then it would just kind of stop and then it would go again. It just seemed like it was doing moves for the sake of doing moves, doing 1v1v1 situations for the sake of doing it because it's a triple threat. I don't know. It felt like an old TNA type match with me without the X Division title on the line. But Dream retains. Interesting finish where it was like I think it was the double push out, and then Dream ends up hitting a move and winning. Anyways. NXT Women's title match, Shayna Baszler versus Mia Yim. This was horrid. It was real bad. This got 14 minutes, 35 seconds, I believe, and Shirai and LeRae went 15 minutes. So, both women's matches got their amount of time. They had their chance to show what they're capable of. LeRae and Shirai killed it. It did exactly what it needed to do, and it had a great finish. Mia Yim and Baszler were going for this. I don't know whether they're going for this like shoot fight type looking match. They were working each other's limbs and they were selling it well. But after about 5-7 minutes, they got lost. They didn't know what to do. They're talking to each other a lot. It's like, all right, I guess we'll just throw each other against the ropes now, and then we'll do some limb work and sell it, I guess. Like, nothing clicked here. This was a stinker. The crowd was out of it. This is the worst NXT TakeOver match I've seen possibly ever. This kind of proved to me that Baszler, unless she's with a good worker, that she's very limited in what she can do. She's not experienced enough to call a match on the fly, and that's never been Yim's strong suit either. Yim has a good moveset if the match is kind of laid out for her. This was not laid out. So I don't know who produced this match. I don't know whether it was Baszler's inexperience coming into play, and Yim kind of being the indie person that she is, not being able to do a long float out match. Perhaps if this was scheduled to be like a 10-minute match and they just exchanged moves for a long time, that would have been more to their strengths. But this match did not play to their strengths. They were trying way too much. Clearly, neither of those two are ready for what's to come, I would say. Baszler more so because she has the character built up, and she's that MMA legit fighter, but Mia Yim, definitely not. And then we had our NXT title best out of 2 out of 3 falls match, Adam Cole versus Johnny Gargano. They spoiled on the fucking show that the third fall was going to be a weapons cage match, a TNA Monsters Ball match, if you will. And this felt like a TNA match. This match lost me. Because we've already seen the 2 out of 3 falls prior. The build has been lackluster going into this. And to spoil the third fall really took me out of it. Because now you know it's going to a third fall. And is it interesting enough to get you there? Well, they go 20 minutes of the first fall as a regular singles match. And Adam Cole gets a chair. He's like, the ref goes, I'll DQ you if you use it. It's like, okay. Then Gargano gets the chair, and he uses it. The babyface hits Cole with a chair. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, well, he'll get the DQ, and he'll beat him down, and that'll lead to him winning the second fall. Well, that only works if it's an immediate second fall. So I was like, okay. Upon immediate impact, I go, well, that was stupid. You can't be Rick Rude all the time. But let's assume, I'll go, okay, if he gets the next fall real quick, then it makes sense, because then it leads into the cage match, the weapons, and then we can get going. Gargano will then have the big advantage going into that fall. Well, what ends up happening after their 20-minute wrestling match, and Gargano gets DQ'd, and he sits on the chair, and he goes, aha, I knew, I planned it all along. They fight for another 10 fucking minutes outside brawling in a street fight. Now, was it entertaining? Yes. From a continuity and story standpoint, it makes no sense at all, and I just couldn't get that out of my head. Yeah, the time flew by after that 20 minutes, right? The match went 50 minutes. It was a long match. So 30 out of the 50 minutes was entertaining. The first fall, again, I'm just like, I'm just waiting for it to end. And a DQ, 10 more minutes of fighting, and Johnny Gargano barely gets the win. So it made his whole move just stupid. Then the cage comes down. Cole's all scared. Gargano's laughing. It's like, okay. This really could have been solved with just a quick second fall. And then they just have a TNA match. I don't know if Jeremy Borash, since he's hired with NXT now, had anything to do with this, but it's very possible. But this was a Monsters Ball match without the actual barbed wire being used. They just hit each other with a bunch of shit. Everything's placed along the cage. You're just waiting for them to use each and every item. It was like a slightly better version than the Ambrose Asylum match that he had with Jericho years ago. So they set up a ladder, they set up a couple tables, they climb the cage, everything's like conveniently placed for specific spots. Entertaining, yes. Does it make sense? No. Again, the story element of this was just totally lost on me. And then this led to the finish, which irritated me to no end. So they're both on the top of this table. There's a ladder. A table is placed on the angle of the cage at the top. There's a ladder, so they jump off the table, over the ladder, through two tables that are set up, completely missing the first one, barely hitting the second one going through. They both are in like a lock. They're both locked up at the top, and when they both fall off equally. And they hit the table at the same time, in the same way, on their sides. Gargano's on his back. Cole is about a foot away from him on his stomach. And then he kind of gets on his side. Then he just rolls over and over, like up and over, and puts his arm on Gargano, and he gets counted 3. What? What? Why? Now, I'm convinced that Cole was supposed to land on Gargano, and that's how he beats him, right? That didn't happen. Now it just looks like Gargano was weaker than Cole. Even though they both fell off equally, and this whole feud has been about them both being equal, and it really irritated me, this finish. Didn't make sense. Gargano had a big like swan song, thank you to the crowd. Looks like he's leaving NXT. I think this should have been built up as a singles match. Loser leaves NXT for the title. Put it in a cage if you have to. And the only way to win was a pinfall or submission. Because I did like that there was no escaping the cage when they announced that at the start. I really like that. Because then no one's trying to like climb the cage or do the stupid door thing where they're teasing the door out and, you know, your typical WWE cage match. I really liked that stip. So in the end, not the best takeover in the world. The weakest in a long time. Gargano Cole had their weakest out of the 3 matches here. Yes, it was entertaining. Io Shirai and Candice LeRae just killed it in a women's match of the year caliber type thing. And that was that. That was NXT TakeOver. Where does Cole go from here? I don't know what they're doing with Keith Lee. I don't know what they're doing with Donovan Dijak. I don't know what they're doing with half these guys in NXT. They're just absent. Apparently they had these 8 weeks of tapings in a row, and lots of confusion was put in because of all the NXT call-ups. So we'll see what happens at the tapings going forward. Progress Wrestling time. Yeah, I played Dragunov's music. He's been hanging around in Progress quite a lot lately. More or less just, that was for me. Start off with Ricky Shane Page defeating Travis Banks in 8 minutes at Chapter 93, Cheer Up Juice. This was kind of what's his face? Shoot. The tall Welsh dude. God damn it. Whatever. It's his swan song. He's leaving. I gotta get his name. Fuck. Ugh. Progress chapter, I don't know, 16. What's his name? Eddie Dennis. Christ. This was Eddie Dennis is on commentary. He's also the ring announcer for the show, being that Jim Smallman has now officially signed with NXT UK. Well, he's been with NXT UK since basically the start. Now he's going to be full-time there. He's stepping away from Progress, and he's leaving it with his friends in charge in the back. So, but Travis Banks of South Pacific Power Trip has some miscommunication there. Loses to Ricky Shane Page, of all people. Don't like this at all. I don't understand why this couldn't have been TK Cooper, personally. But this is all for the purpose of Travis Banks having dissension within the South Pacific Power Trip. I definitely would not have put Ricky Shane Page over him. I would have put over maybe a Do Not Resuscitate guy or someone else that's going to be part of the promotion going forward more often than not. Tag team match, Do Not Resuscitate. That's Spike Trivet and William Ever. I like this combo. Defeat the NIC, Charlie Carter and Oysen Delaney in a 10-minute match. Fine. DNR needed a good, strong win. This brought in the NIC to look strong going forward. New guys. Spike Trivet gets on the mic post-match and says he is now the official recruiter of DNR, and if you're a young, held-back talent, we will welcome you with open arms. Kind of situation. It's a very NWO Wolfpack type situation with Lex Luger being the recruiter of the group, but Progress is probably going to actually do something with it. So I really like Spike Trivet. I spoke about him on the last cast over in the other indie promotions within the UK. He's a big up-and-coming talent. He's a good promo. He has a good little character about him. I look forward to this more and more so. So, four-way match. This is kind of your Progress introducing the fans to Smash Wrestling, but it's Danny Luna defeats Giselle Shaw and Jody Threat and you. And yeah, it was 9 minutes. It was fine. The Smash Wrestling girls looked a lot better. Danny Luna is a very young women's talent. I believe she's signed to NXT UK as well. Yeah, this. Oh, my mother texted me. Okay, answered that right fast. Where was I? Oh yeah, but it was fine. It was a 9-minute women's match, fatal 4-way. 3 out of 4 of them are new to Progress, so cool. Singles match, Paul Robinson defeats Lucky Kid in 12 minutes 40 seconds. Commentary really put over that Lucky Kid was the winner of 16 Carat, beating guys like Walter and Dragunov to get on that way. Well, who's the Progress champion? Walter. So if Paul Robinson can beat Lucky Kid, he can beat Walter. That is commentary's explanation. And it was a fun match. I really liked it. I recommend it. Paul Robinson looked incredibly strong coming out of this, and he cut a promo before they go to their mid-show break. Just awesome. He talks shit on David Starr about being an independent wrestler, what it really means, how he takes pride in the grinding he's had to do for many, many years. He talks about how he's smaller and looked down upon, but if he knocks you out, if he gets a punch in, he will get the job done. How he's beaten guys bigger than Walter before. It was a great promo from Paul Robinson. So this whole segment solidified why Paul Robinson lost in the last chapter to Trent Seven is beyond my understanding. It bugged me then, it's bugging me now, because this promo was so damn good and gets me hyped for the Walter match in Toronto. Then I just can't stop thinking, well, I mean, if he couldn't beat Trent Seven, what makes me think he can beat Walter? Just book something else. Still bugs me. Tag team match. CCK, Chris Brooks and Gresham are back in progress. Chris Brooks is back from his stint in DDT over in Japan. Defeats the South Pacific Power Trip of Niwa and TK Cooper. Not looking good for South Pacific Power Trip. 11-minute match. Puts CCK over and puts more dissension within the SCPT. Singles match, OJMO defeats Shigehiro Irie in a 15-minute match that really showcased the OJMO. A real good showing from the man who's going to lead the Progress Youth going forward. This was a fantastic fucking match. The OJMO is that up-and-coming talent you need to keep your eye on. He is solidifying him as, at the very least, a finalist in the Natural Progression Series. That's what we all should expect after a fantastic showing from this. Irie was the best upper card enhancement talent you could ask for in putting this guy over. And then we got our main event, the Progress Tag Team title match that went 25 minutes, 44 seconds. It was Aussie Open, the champions, taking on the grizzled young veterans, James Drake and Zach Gibson, Liverpool's number one. Crowd hates them as usual. They haven't been in Progress in about a year, surprisingly enough. Time flies. Zach Gibson gets on the mic and he cuts the funniest fucking promo. Crowd's booing him like crazy. They're doing the shoes off for Zach Gibson's shtick. They're doing everything. Zach Gibson goes across to a fan and he says the words. He's like, I get my paychecks from Satan himself, from Vince McMahon. WWE just sent all their roster to visit sick kids in the hospital. Fuck them, right? I love that line. You know it's not a scripted promo. It's fantastic. So the great thing about the Grizzled Young Veterans and Aussie Open. Aussie Open has been the tag team of Europe. They have put on match after match after match of high caliber. And it's usually like this tornado tag situation. Well, GYV brings something different to the table, which they always have. They bring in your classic tag team wrestling, and they do so many of the little things that works for like a WWE environment. And they keep doing that here because that's their style. They limb work. They pull guys off the apron before they make the tag. They talk shit to the fans. It's so old school. And it all works because that's who these two guys are. They're not being forced to work this way. This is just how they work. And it shows in the difference in their caliber. And this whole match was like this. They're beating up Mark Davis. Mark Davis has a K-taped shoulder. He can't use his strong arm, so he's fighting the match one-armed. So the baby faces are coming back the whole time against these devilish heels. And in the end, the GYV, whom are currently the NXT Tag Team Champions, are now the Progress Tag Team Champions. And as Zach Gibson himself said before the match started, when they win, the conspiracy theories, let's get them going. This was my favorite tag match I've seen outside of like the AEW spectrum. I love this match. Highly recommend. And now moving on to... Oh my god, it's WXW time. Oh my god. Let me get my drop. Yes, WXW is back. It's Shortcut to the Top 2019. We start off the show with the WXW VXV World Tag Team title match. It's the team of Ilya Dragunov and Walter taking on, you guessed it, Aussie Open. They're back for a second run around. Because why would they not be? Aussie Open are coming off of Drive of Champions, where they defeated the entire tag division in WXW, but they really wanted to see the newly formed heel duo of Dragunov and Walter. What did Dragunov call themselves? They called Aussie Open Second Hand, and Dragunov and Walter the pro team or something. A very good tag team match affair. It went 13 minutes 48 seconds, so not too long, not too short. I like these 12, 13-minute openers. Really get you hyped for the show ahead kind of situation. It was balls to the wall, and in the end, Dragunov and Walter win. I think this was the right decision. It really gets a lot of heat on the newly formed duo, a power duo, and it gives a lot of... I don't know if it discredits the tag division entirely, but now it makes for the tag division to chase the NXT UK signed guys, as that's the story that they're telling. I like it. It works. Aussie Open have now lost all three of their European tag. They lost their Rev Pro tag titles immediately, almost after a month of having them. After that big chase, they had their Big Progress tag title run after the crazy match at Bread Knife. And now they've lost the WXW titles after defeating the entire tag division in one night situation. So I think it's definitely going to bring breathe more life into the division with the programs going forward. 6-man tag team match. It's Absolute Andy and JFK defeating the team Strong Hearts. That's Shima, El Lindemann, and T-Hawk. Another 12-minute affair. It was pretty standard. It wasn't anything special. It just got over the fact that Andy and JFK are chicken shit heels, and they do heel things, and they win via heel ways. And that's what happened. Shima was way over. You could tell the Strong Hearts were just having tons of fun. Lindemann's suplexing guys, T-Hawk's chopping guys situation. It was a fun fan match, I might say. Now we have the women's title match. It's Toni Storm taking on Amal. Amal, no longer Winchester, but I liked calling her Amal Winchester. Amal's the champion, and this goes 9 minutes 56 seconds. So it went 10 minutes. Toni Storm basically controls the entire match. Then Amal does her French Hope things. That's how I'll call it. She gets a couple near falls. Doesn't pin Toni Storm with her Champions Maker. It's kind of a turning complete shot. And she's flabbergasted that Toni Storm has just kicked out of her winning move that has won her all of her matches prior. Every time she's hit it, it's a guaranteed pin. Well, Toni Storm kicks out, and Amal can't believe it. She looks at the ref, and she slaps his ass. Just right across the face. The ref pulls off the greatest face I've ever seen. It was one of the, I forget that ref's name. Anyways, he points his finger at her, embellishes his hand on his face like, you did what? And then Amal slaps him again real hard, and he's kind of like, he's beckoning away, and he's kind of cowering now, and she slaps him a third time, and he goes, oh, fuck this shit, ring the bell, DQ. Tony Storm now pissed she didn't win the title, gives her a strong 0, holds up the title again. So not the best, not the best title match I could imagine, but it was kind of this awkward, funny ending. I guess we'll see more, but who knows? I'll see what Karsten Beck has to say to Amal at a future showing, possibly the WXW Toronto show that will be covered on the next cast. Unified World Wrestling title match. Bobby Guns defeats Lucky Kid via referee decision after 20 minutes. I was expecting more out of this match. I was very curious to how the two guys that have been pushed as the future main eventers of the promotion were going to handle the spotlight. Lucky Kid definitely needs to be against a bigger heel. Bobby Guns is not a heel. The dynamic just didn't come off as well. Bobby Guns was getting booed. Everyone wanted Lucky Kid to win because he's the babyface in peril, the underdog situation. Guns valiantly works Lucky Kid's arm, and he's just beating him down. And in 16 Karat Gold, we saw Lucky Kid always fight back and get that shock win. Well, in this one, it just didn't happen. Instead, Bobby Guns just eventually just beats him down so bad that he's, ref, just stop the match. Lucky Kid's selling the arm, and eventually Guns wins. I don't know, it came off as real flat to me. Guns is still a good champion, and Lucky Kid, I do like Lucky Kid not winning. I don't think he should win it on his first try. I think there's a bigger story there to tell, and that the fact that Guns gifted him his opportunity back despite losing his opportunity to Absolute Andy at Drive of Champions, this puts Lucky Kid not so much systematically back in the mid-card, but it makes him to chase something more. And I think until Lucky Kid can get better in the ring and can put on a much higher quality match without the need of those bigger stars, then that would be the time to win the title. So I do like this decision. The match did come off as flat nonetheless, but moving on. We have our 30-man shortcut to the top match. JFK and Absolute Andy all come out 1, 2, 3 respectively, so at least in terms of continuity and storyline, Karsten Beck was not going to have these cheaters get one over on him. They had that horrible battle royal at the last Road 2 show, and so that led to Caspin coming out. Yes, Caspin came out first, then Skillet, and then Andy. So they're all just going, we're 1, 2, 3, whatever. Andy kind of does Andy things, and he tries to throw him out, and he goes, I was just trying to teach you youngsters to stay on your toes. And then Irie comes out, and then from there, the match becomes a Rumble match. Basically, the whole WXW roster was out, and the story going was... See, I was pegging someone like Al Ani to win. Really push that next young guy up to the top. Especially if we're not going to see a lot of the NXT UK talent that's signed visit WXW. And WXW has had a much harder adjustment time than, say, Progress. Because Progress has still had Jordan Devlin and Travis Banks and the likes show up on the show. WXW is lucky to have Walter and Ilya stick around as long as they have, and they're not going to be there forever. So they've had to build new stars. They've had to elevate their mid-card and then elevate the undercard to the mid-card, which they're trying to do. So eventually Walter comes out, and he just cleans house. He has not taken any shit in this year's Rumble. We get a good flurry showing from Jurn Simmons. So he wasn't messing around. I think it looks to me that from his showing in this particular match that they want Jurn to get back to the top. I think as a powerhouse heel, he's more than capable of carrying that kind of weight since he's done it before as well. His first run wasn't that successful, but I think he's more than capable of doing it now. So Walter's running roughshod. Ilya comes out and runs roughshod with him. So now they're working together. But when Ilya gets taken out of the match, it's still Walter just chucking guys out, and he's left alone in the ring. That was the story in this And then David Starr's music hits at 29. So, prior, we saw, I believe at 27 or 28, that Leon Van Gasteren gets taken out in the back from a dude in a mask. So, I would like to believe that was David Starr. Takes out this dude to take his spot in the Rumble. Because David Starr, back in April, at the New York WXW show, had quit WXW because he couldn't get his hands on Walter. Well, over in OTT, he faced Walter and lost. So, we're now at WXW. That's where he can get his hands on him. And he never really shows up to work in Progress, despite him being Progress champion. So David Starr can't get his hands on him there. Well, where does he know he's going to be? In WXW. So it works all in this like European story continuity, and he hasn't really, and Walter also hasn't been in any matches, not really, in WXW since then. But now he's a tag team with Ilya, and now they're the tag champs. So this all works out story-wise. So I believe David Starr was that masked attacker, masked assailant. So he's freaked Walter out. Walter's doing heel things. He's beckoning him off. No, don't hurt me. Ilya comes from behind, and then they beat him down and chuck him out. It's not the end of David Starr. Crowd is going nuts, chanting for Tim Thatcher to come out at 30. I think at 25, they were just chanting his name. Oh, Tim Thatcher. Oh, Tim Thatcher. Walking along, singing a song, walking in a Thatcher Wonderland. Oh, Tim Thatcher! They're just going nuts. They want him out. 30 hits, bam! Fucking Tim Thatcher comes out. Blue trunks, Thatcher on the back. He's no longer ring comp. Fuck that shit. He's in it for himself. He runs roughshod on Ilya and Walter. Ilya's out. He tosses Walter out. Well, interesting enough, Walter's on the apron, and he puts a sleeper hold on Walter, and then just Walter falls off the apron. Oh, beautiful finish. I've never seen that finish at a Rumble. I loved it. The crowd is beyond excited. Thatcher has like a tear in his eye. He can't even handle the emotion going through him right now. The crowd is just chanting his name. Oh, Tim Thatcher. And he's just putting his arms in the air saying, yes, let me hear it, guys. The crowd just loves Tim Thatcher so much. Tim Thatcher is now your number one contender after winning the Shortcut to the Top match. I couldn't be happier as a WXW fan. I have been waiting for the Tim Thatcher push for ages. They've hinted at this Walter ring comp dissension for a long time. We saw the push of Bobby Guns starting in last year's Shortcut to the Top from the mid-card. We've seen Marius Al-Ani, the Baudet, elevate the shotgun title and beating Ilya in a singles match. We saw Lucky Kid run I say roughshod, but he beat all of the top dudes in WXW on his 16-karat gold victory, and now we have Tim Thatcher winning the Shortcut to the Top. So let's take a look at the top card right now. In my mind, it's Tim Thatcher, Bobby Guns, Lucky Kid, and Marius Al-Ani. Those are your power four right now. Absolute Andy is still going to be there because he's der Veteran. I'm sorry, got to get my my genders right. Der Veteran. So he'll be there. He'll always have that presence, which I'm very much for. So, all of WXW's champions ever are no longer in the promotion, discounting Walter and Ilya going forward. They're in the tag division right now, and they're in NXT UK. So they've built 5 dudes legitimately to be their top guys, and I'm okay with that. You can certainly win on Al-Ani and Lucky Kid currently. Have Guns, go against a couple mid-carders, defend his title, get a good win back. He doesn't need to face off against the top guys constantly, right? Don't overexpose that aspect. Those are your 5 guys. He's already beat Guns. He beat Lucky Kid just now. He had his feud with Al-Ani. So that will lead to Tim Thatcher, right? It makes so much sense. It's continuity. So who's going to be the next challenger? It should be probably a mid-carder to showcase if they're ready for a push going forward, right? Avalanche probably still has time. I think they're going to push him for the mid-card, continuing going up against Satoshi and the Shotgun title. They had their little scrum in the Rumble here, the shortcut to the top match. There's a lot to go forward. I'd like to see maybe Tristan Archer. He's the big powerhouse French dude on the German scene. I'd like to see maybe I'd love to see Michael Finn come in, but he's a main eventer. I don't think there's room for him currently, but he can certainly come in and just take that Shotgun title immediately. But yeah, I'd like to see some fresh mid-card talent go forward. A lot of their undercard are tag team guys, basically. So yeah, Tim Thatcher, hell yeah, wins. Now let's go on to Dragon Gate.
R.E.T.
All right. So Dragon Gate, even their little house shows are getting better, I will admit. And they are becoming it's becoming my like workout wrestling show to watch. When I get on my bike, I got my bike set up as a stationary bike now in my living room, and I watch Dragon Gate. I just work out. So whenever I'm watching Dragon Gate, it is my workout video, and it works. I watched a couple days of the Gate of Adventure shows, day 4 and 5, August 7th and 10th is what I'm covering here. I don't want to go too much into Dragon Gate, because in reality, it's faction warfare. It's teams getting wins over another. Wins and losses matter, and it's all for tag belts and trios belts, back and forth. Not a lot of singles matches happen. So you got to kind of see under the lining who's winning against who in these tags and trios matches. What does this mean for the teams going forward? So Gate of Adventure, day 4, there was a 6-man... I'm just going to talk about kind of the last 3 matches on each shows, because those are the big ones to pay attention to. RED, that's Big R, Shimizu, Eita, and Kanada, defeat Natural Vibes. That's Genki, Horiguchi, KZ, and Yokosuka. 12-minute match, fun. And I could keep saying that every match is fun. Every match is a Dragon Gate style tag match, where it's a lot of back and forth. It's a hybrid of strong style and lucha style, where they're just flipping and flying over the place, running back and forth. That's what they are. So this is more or less just keeping you up to date on the wins and losses, I guess. 6-man tag match, Doyoshi, Masato Yoshino, and Naruki Doi, and Ultimo Dragon. So Ultimo Dragon has come back for another match in Dragon Gate, which is nice to see. They defeat the team of K-Ness, Kagetora, and Ryo Saito. This was your Ultimo Dragon, Here He Still Is match. It went 15 minutes. I want to see... I vastly await Yoshino getting back into the singles title picture, especially against Ben K. I'm salivating for that match. And then the main event, Tribe Vanguard, that's Kai and Yamato, defeat Ben K and Shun Skywalker in 19 minutes 55 seconds. Interesting. So, Yamato gets the pin on Ben K. So Kai and Yamato are a strong tag team to begin with. They are the former tag champions, right? Wait, are they? Who's the tag champs right now? Oh my god. Uh-oh. Dragon Gate cage match. Who are your tag champions, Dragon Gate? I know Red's the trios. No. Red, yeah, Red is the Twin Gate. Yeah, Eita and Shimizu, and then Strong Machine's the Triangle champions. Yeah, yes. Yes. My god. Okay. So, yeah, Kai and Yamato are your former tag champs, very strong tag champs. And Yamato, the veteran, one of the top guys in Dragon Gate, gets a win over Benkei. This is huge going forward. That means Yamato most certainly has the next title opportunity against Benkei. And that will lead to a big singles match, which I'm very much looking forward to. And I say this time and time and time and time again. You have your young champion you want to put over. I said this in Noah with Kiyomiya. I said this with Arisa in Stardom. Put your new, young, more experienced guy you want to get over and push and learn against big veterans, established veterans at that. Who can get a loss and will be nice to see a singles push for once? Yamato. He's got tons of charisma, and the fans love him too. And I love this Benkei Shun Skywalker tag team. They complement each other so well. Gate of Adventure Day 5, August 10th, 6-man tag team match. Maximum, that's Jason Lee and Yoshino, and Ultimo Dragon are back to defeat Natural Vibes this time, Horiguchi, Tominaga, and Yokosuka. The same thing again. Yoshino helps out, showcase Ultimo Dragon to do his moves, and they defeat another trios team along the way. Just a different iteration of Natural Vibes this time. Fair enough. Benkei and Shun Skywalker this time defeat Tribe Vanguard team of Kagatora and Yamato. So Kai would not eat the pin. Kagatori does. Yamato and Benkei cut a promo against each other. 17-minute match. The feud continues. I like this. It's building. And this is what the house shows are now doing more of, is these short little promo storylines. I wasn't seeing too much of that before. And then our main event, Maximum, Dragon Kid, Ishida, and Narukadoi defeat RED, that's Shimizu, Eita, and Yoshida. 18-minute match. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. Simple, right, guys? That's Dragon Gate. There's a few other house shows getting ready for one of their big shows at the end of August. Seems like everybody's having a big show at the end of August. So I will look forward to most likely Benkei versus Yamato, and probably, let's see here. Probably a Twin Gate match down the line involving Maximum against RED. But maybe Maximum, with this win, will actually get a trios match against the Strong Machines, the champions there. So, got a lot of G1 to talk about. That's why I went through Dragon Gate so fast. Alright. Who am I playing? Who am I playing? Who am I playing? Who am I playing, guys? Oh no. Where is it? Where are you, Naito? There he is. Oh, yes indeed. We are doing G1's nights 11 through 18, probably a lot quicker than I should, but I do have my notes written down for everything and quick thoughts over the whole process of what's happening here. So this might be a little fast, but bear with me. I gotta do what I gotta do. So drink my coffee. Night 11, Block A match. Kota Ibushi defeats Bad Luck Fale. Not a good match. Zack Sabre Jr. defeats Will Ospreay in a 20-minute awesome match. Beautiful reversal chain technical match. Ospreay, very little high flying here. This is a great reasoning why Ospreay just simply chooses not to do technical wrestling, but when he's... it's almost like a teaser, right? He can do it, and then in a match against Zack Sabre Jr., he's forced to do it situations. That's kind of cool. There was a friggin' sweet couple moves where Zack would catch Ospreay, one off an Oz Cutter into a modified choke, and the other was perfectly catching him off a shooting star into a triangle. I love it. So if you think Ospreay is all flips, then watch this match to be proven wrong. Zack wins off a modified octopus stretch to get his first submission victory in the G1. Very disappointed the way point-wise Ospreay was booked now being out already. It is nonsense. I think it's vastly hurt by the tradition of juniors must lose to the heavyweights, and he isn't the only one. Kazuchika Okada defeats Lance Archer in a 14-minute match. Archer plays the monster basically all match and mostly just beats down Okada until the final stretch, because, as we know, Okada's the best last 3-minute match performer in the world right now, and Archer proves to be one of the standout performers of the G1 himself. Sonata defeats Kenta in a 16-minute match. Kenta basically kicks and stiffs Sonata the whole time, and then a comeback simply enough, and Sonata wins. Very confused how this went down to Sonata counters, Dragon Sleeper, then Moonsault, win. As we found out later, it was telling a subtle, bigger story. And Sonata slowly getting... this is kind of the Sonata climb and the Kenta fall. This was the kickoff to that. Hiroshi Tanahashi defeats Evil in 23 minutes and 2 seconds. The ungodly showcase of Tana's ungodly selling ability and the ungodly excellent commentary by Kevin Kelly. Hiroshi Tanahashi, the story he told in this match was probably the story of the tournament, in just a vacuum match standpoint, where he's a broken down old man, his knees are killing him, every time he does a move, that it always impacts his knees. Will this hurt him in the end? That's the story. And Evil losing here kind of hurt him going forward in my mind. I think maybe perhaps the better story would have been... Well, no, I take that back. Because the story that was told for Tanahashi going forward matched from this match starting. While Evil kind of had to look at himself in the mirror and go, what do I got to do to get better? So Tanahashi and his selling was just stupendous. Everything impacted his knees, and he sold it accordingly. I love it. Night 12, Block B. Jeff Cobb defeats Shingo Takagi because Takagi is a weak junior. Man, a real good and well-placed match nonetheless, with showcases of raw power. But fuck. Shingo lost. And he's out of the tournament. He can't win with 4 points, just like Ospreay. The winner of Boss J and now the undefeated Boss J, Beast, are put down. They're among the first out in the tournament. Are you kidding me? This is just one of the booking things about New Japan I don't like, and it's archaic. Anyways, Shingo's excellent here, timing on when Howie would sell and try to hit his key moves. It all worked so well, and it put Cobb over in his moves. Toru Yano defeats Jon Moxley, giving Moxley his first loss in the G1. This was glorious. In the tag match prior, Moxley borrowed money to buy Yano's DVD, and Yano wins the match and steals the money back as well as his DVD. Well, Yano starts off here, and he does this thing. He's apologizing to Moxley, trying to give him back the DVD with twice as much money inside. Moxley kicks it and gives chase. They fight outside. Moxley gets a table. Yano reverses by using Shota Umino, shooter, as you will, as a shield. Low blows both of them and then ties them together and gets the double count-out victory. Moxley suffers his first loss in glorious fashion. He's devastated in the ring. He sells his reaction just stupendously. It should be a DQ, but hey, it's Japan, and the refs take it as fun, I say. Naito defeats Juice Robinson in more glorious fashion, because Naito always takes forever to get to the bell, get the bell to ring with his slow entrance and even more slowly taking off his suit. Juice goes just as slow and even wears 3 t-shirts to play mind games with Naito. The crowd loves this match. It was fine. Naito has just looked really slow. That makes him even on points now, 6-6. Jay White defeats Taichi in the battle of weak pirate cosplay. It was heel versus heel. Who can out-sleaze the other? It was exactly how I thought it would go down, and I think it worked as long as you get past the whole stupid idea of, oh, this match is stupid. It's just guys killing time and then using their managers and using people in the way. It's exactly what they would do. They're sticking with their characters. And then Goto defeats Tomohiro Ishii, in which we're all given the question, Gedo hates Ishii. Why? Well, it's clearly because Ishii is a short indie guy, and Gedo doesn't like short indie guys. That's gotta be the answer. I'm very much against this booking here. Ishii is the openweight champ. He should have gone over Goto. Goto has had his chance in the limelight many occasions, and he always comes up short. I'm so, look, I love seeing Goto work. I'm on record saying he's the Bret Hart of New Japan. He can work his style with anybody and pull out a good match. Ishii has his own style. I can't compare him to anybody. He's this brawler type. But he's never seemingly had his big title match. So Ishii losing here and going to 6-6 to be kind of even with everybody, I don't like it. Night 13. Block A match. Baglock Fale defeats Kenta. After all the interference, and Kenta gets rolled up. I am baffled by this booking here, considering. Ended up leading to more stories of Bad Luck Fale using wrestling moves to win matches. But that's Kenta's second straight fall. He's in free fall mode. Kind of expected after his big push, to be honest. Zack Sabre Jr. defeats Lance Archer in a 10-minute match. ZSJ takes a good beating from Archer and got the crowd to heavily react to his limb chain wrestling, taking down the much bigger Archer. Very enjoyable. And okay with this particular roll-up finish because it's Zack after all. This is how it works. Evil defeats Will Ospreay in 17 minutes. Because Evil's... I would have rather had seen Sonata get the more wins over Evil, but there's kind of like this rivalry of Sonata versus Evil, and Evil being the slightly better guys out of the two. But anyways, the Ospreay flip out of the STO like he did the Rainmaker versus Okada was the start of the crazy non-stop fast-paced reversal fest of their 5-minute finish. Very good, no doubt. I also have no doubt that this match booking was simply to keep Evil in the chase. I don't agree with this at all, considering I have a strong belief that Ospreay should have been in this position over Evil. But instead, we are having him eliminated already. I just don't think this was wise booking. I would have rather have seen, again, it flipped. Ospreay with 8 points and Evil with 4. Kota Ibushi defeats Hiroshi Tanahashi. There's a Freudian slip. I want Hiromu back really bad, I guess. 15 minutes, 53 seconds. A slower movement match, as I have come to expect from a Tana match in this G1. This really played into the fact that Ibushi is getting over his injured ankle, and Tanahashi is getting worse and worse off with his knees. I totally agree with Ibushi going over here. I love the stiff slap exchange to trigger the ending sequence, as it served to flip that Peruvial switch within Ibushi to make him more aggressive. I love that side so much. Saw it in the Ospreay match, saw it here. Tanahashi loses, and he's sort of like passed the torch to Ibushi. He's like, go get him, kid situation. I loved it. It's excellent. Then we had our main event, Sonata defeating Kazuchika Okada in 29 minutes, 48 seconds. 12 seconds before the draw. No draws in the G1 to this point. As I predicted, Sonata was going to beat Okada in the G1 after all this time of losing to him. I think 0-5 was his record going in. Excellent paced long match, fooling the commoners, you people, that's right, I'm calling you listeners, commoners, into thinking this was going to end in a draw. Although I will admit, I will humble out a little bit. Actually worried in 2 moments during this match. First came at 16 minutes when Okada hit a couple Rainmakers. Maybe Okada was going to win. I didn't think it was going to be a draw, but I did think twice Sonata was going to lose. And the second came after, once again, Sonata letting go of the skull end, his Dragon Sleeper, and getting kneed off the Muda Moonsault. So he did it again, which was the cause of him losing so many prior. Lets go of the sleeper hole, the Dragon Sleeper, goes for the Moonsault. Tough shit kind of situation, right? That was not the case. The only grace was if Okada won this match, Block A was finished, which would not have been wise. You can't have the block already be decided at this point. So, he wins. Sonata ends up wins off reversing a Rainmaker into a pop-up Diamond Cutter, his little TKO situation, and hitting 2 straight Muda moonsaults to win with 12 seconds left. One on the back, one on the front. Brilliant finish, loved it. The Sonata-Okada rivalry has been among the best in 2019, and definitely better than the Naito-Ibushi rivalry, by a long shot. This is one of my favorite rivalries of 2019, for sure. So, Sonata, just with this one victory, had a good tournament, I will say. So I'm thinking that's why they went with the whole evil route. Anyways, Night 14, G1 Climax Block Speed match. Tomohiro Ishii defeats Toru Yano in 9:36, a competitive Yano match. Yano wanted him to come outside, Ishii said no, then they had to have a match. Ishii wins. Holy shit! But Yano's only at 6 points. The horror. He's still in it though, boys. Still in it. Taichi defeats Juice Robinson because I guess Taichi needed a win. 12 minutes, 28 seconds. Didn't like this much. Hiroki Goto defeats Jeff Cobb. So that gives Goto another win. 11-minute match there. Jay White defeats John Moxley, doing Jay White things. 15-15. I did like this. Moxley needed to lose, and White needed to win, right? That would keep White in it and keep Moxley down, so now he's having to chase. He's lost 2 straight now. And Jay White gets that momentum going forward. How much Gato gets involved, how much Sleaze gets involved. I love the reversal fest at the end, because Jay White's whole character where, like Moxley goes for his big regal knee spot, and Jay White just flops to the ground. Feigns exhaustion kind of situation. You can't hit me if I'm laying here. Ha 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 ha. I do like it all. Jay White is putting in great heel performances. I'm very much a fan. Then we had our main event. Tetsuya Naito defeats the weak junior Shingo Takagi in 27 minutes 15 seconds. Easily Naito's best match of the tournament. And all hair god worker Shingo proves he can get a good match out of anybody, just like Ishii. At this point, I was convinced Takagi and Ospreay were going to tie on points and be dead last in their blocks. I had no doubt in my mind Naito was going to be booked strong like this. Despite his start, it was all a feigning, and he was going to go to the last day. So this kind of proved it to me. Those weak juniors just can't hang with the heavyweights. Night 15, Block A. Sonata defeats Lance Archer. Fair enough, 10 minutes. Bad Luck Fale defeats Tanahashi with another roll-up win, bringing back the backslide in good faith. Goes 9:48 or 9:58. So your 10-minute showcase. Tanahashi free fall of. So it all plays off that Evil match. He sacrificed his knees to get the win over Evil, and ever since then he's lost. This old man is depleting before our very eyes. His knees are shot. He can't take it anymore. He lost on a roll-up to Bad Luck fucking Fale. Will Ospreay defeats Kenta, 16:33. The Kenta freefall is now also occurring. I do like Ospreay going over Kenta, because this is going to continue playing into the whole Kenta freefall. Kenta with his stiff kicks downing Ospreay and keeping him down for a period of time, and Ospreay just being too quick for Kenta, really out of his element of style. Kota Ibushi defeats Zack Sabre Jr. 15:46. Zack Sabre Jr. targeting the ankle, the injured neck of Ibushi. It was what you would expect out of these two dynamic, and Ibushi fighting back and back and back and back, and then just crushing Sabre in the end. Made sense. Very good match. One of the better, more technical ones of the tournament. Probably a good 4.5-ish stars, I would say. Then Okada defeats Evil. Evil's now out of the tournament, so those couple wins prior was clearly a way to keep Evil in it to get to his match with Okada. The match went 27 minutes. Probably a little too long for my take. Evil just, he's been low-key putting in strong performances, right? Very strong, consistent performances. That's what he's been tasked to do. So he's gotten to this 8-point level to be a credible threat to Okada, but unfortunately Okada gets the best of him in the end. So, I would have vastly preferred Sonata Evil's flip their little schedule, right? And Sonata beats Okada at this point, keeping Okada at the 14 points, right? Because then the Ibushi-Okada situation, which is scheduled to the last night, could still be in that running. And you'd get Sonata have his big win. So, night 16, Block B, Yano defeats Taichi by countout. Simple enough. It's your Yano match. Naito defeats Jeff Cobb. Figured that was happening. Not a good match. I didn't like it at all. 12:47. Goto defeats Moxley in 8:38. Really didn't like this match. It was very average and short. This could have been so much more. But I guess they were shortening the times of the previous ones solely because it was a much smaller show. Night 16 was definitely probably the weakest show, and it was the weakest show of the night until the last two matches. That's a way to put it. Jay White defeats Juice Robinson in a rematch of their U.S. title match situation. 23-minute match. Jay White does get the win. It was the Jay White cheat fest, and Juice just not being able to combat it this time around. So Jay White is up to 10 points, tied with Goto, Moxley, and Naito. So we have that 4-way tie. So Juice being stuck at 6 is kind of disheartening considering how he started. But he is not injured yet this year, and he's put on great performances. Then we get Takagi Ishii. Oh my god. You want to talk about two of the greatest workers in the world right now. And Ishii being a master of his style. 22 minutes, 41 seconds of just pure sweat flying. It's Takagi with his pumping bomber clothesline. Ishii with his... The last 2 years, Ishii has vastly improved when he does his no-sell. I was on this cast last year, where I didn't like the Ishii no-selling, because it just felt like he popped up for the sake of popping up. But his timing of it, over the last year, has improved so much, where he doesn't just do it, from my perspective. Now it's all serving a purpose. It's the fighting spirit, the warrior spirit. But yeah, Takagi and Ishii have just the hardest and stiffest of matches with great working throughout. It's hard to describe because it's a lot of forearms, it's a lot of screaming at each other, hey, show me what you got, but your blood pumps in it. It's awesome. One of the best New Japan matches of the year, I say. Definitely a 5-star match. Let's see. Where I have it ranked. Yeah. Okay. It's in the top 10 of New Japan matches of this year, I'll say that much. We're back to night 17, Block A. Archer defeats Evil, so Archer gets a big win over a bigger guy, just to get him more points. This is a problem I have with the Gato booking in the end, when it's simply just to even out the point scale and the table. So if you look at it, you go, oh, this guy has 6, this guy has 8, everyone else has these points. And that's what this night in particular came to be. So Lance Archer goes to 6, Evil stays at 8. Bad Luck Fale defeats Sonata via roll-up, just like the others. Now he has 8, Sonata has 8. You see where we're going here. Zack Sabre Jr. gets one over on Kenta. Now this is where it actually works, because Zack Sabre Jr. has been struggling throughout the whole tournament, and he needs credible victories. So Kenta, in freefall mode, despite his strong start, this is where the story worked. They went 16-26, Sabre doing the best he can to stop the stiff kicking of Kenta, and he ends up getting the best of him. Ospreay, Tanahashi. A 17-minute glory of a match. Tanahashi has been in his freefall old man broken knees mode. He can't hang with the young guys anymore. There's going to be a time when they're going to get the better of him. We just saw him lose to Bad Luck Fale because he couldn't handle the weight of it all. Haha. And now he's facing Ospreay, who's been injured like half the tournament. Well, this certainly was a crowning moment of Ospreay. Ospreay beats Tanahashi, and when it's all said and done, this was Ospreay's crowning moment. Is this? I'll pose this to you, Progress fans out there. Is this a bigger singular moment for Ospreay in a promotion, or was defeating Jimmy Havoc, ending the reign of Havoc and the Progress title? Was that the bigger moment? Hit me up on Twitter at BowlingJD and tell me which one was better. This was a better match, but I'm talking about the moment. The story that was told. So Ospreay got this big win over the broken old man. In a character sense, Ospreay got a win over a broken old man. How much does it really mean? We'll see going forward, because at the end of the day, Ospreay's still a junior, and the junior beats an old broken heavyweight. Is it a true victory? I personally think it is, because Tanahashi has that aura. He is the ace of New Japan, and Ospreay just beat the ace as the junior champion. Then we have our Block A finals match of Ibushi defeating Kazuchika Okada in a 25-minute, 7-second match. The story here was Okada didn't need to win. He just didn't need to lose. So Okada went about this match as a slow, brooding pace. Not quite running out the clock to a draw, but he wasn't in any hurry to finish off Ibushi. And this turned out to be his downfall, because Ibushi had to win. He had to make this end before the 30-minute time limit. And they exchanged moments so well, and timed so well, the crowd just couldn't quit in this match. They were behind it so much. There's a moment where Ibushi's going for the Bumaye, the big flying knee. And the camera work Okada drop kicks him, seemingly out of nowhere. It's one of the greatest spots of 2019. And it got you thinking, oh no, Okada's going to win. The champion's going to win his block and go to the finals. What does this mean for Ibushi? Oh no. And that was the story. It was told so well, I could not keep my eyes off it. It was phenomenal. Ibushi wins off of the Kamigoye. Okada loses. Ibushi and Okada tie at 14 points, while everyone else is at 8. But because of tiebreakers, Ospreay is dead last. Or is Archer dead last? Anyways. But Ibushi now has the tiebreaker of Okada. He wins Block A. Phenomenal. Go and check out that match. Let's see here. Day 17. New Japan. Cage match. What did Meltzer and the cage match guys give? Give that match. Was that 6 stars? 5 stars? 5 stars. Yeah, I agree. Totally agree. Now on to night 18, the final one. It's B Block. Jeff Cobb defeats Yano. Yano needed to lose. Yano can no longer win the G1. Devastated. Oh, 5 minutes. Taichi gets a win over Ishii. So Ishii's at 8. A poor point showing from Ishii. Taichi ends up getting the win over him. Ishii didn't have a bad match in this tournament. He is the work MVP next to Shingo. So this is another case of everyone's got to finish around the same point total. Juice Robinson defeats Moxley in a revenge showing in 16 minutes, 26 seconds. Saw this coming a mile away. Moxley stole his title from him. They meet on the last day of the G1. Robinson gets his win back over him. That's a future U.S. title match right there. Lots of teasing behind using weapons and not using it, and the better judgment prevails situation. Takagi defeats Goto in a fantastic sweat flying match. They crushed each other. It only went 15 minutes, but it didn't need to go longer. And I'll explain why. There was the last 3 minutes where they're just doing sweat exchanges. So whether that was hard chops and hard-ass clotheslines, you will see the sweat fly off their chests. And it led to a double running the ropes, and then they're both going to clothesline each other. But Kakagi's pumping bomber prevailed over Goto's fighting arm spirit. And that's how that led to Takagi hitting him with the Made in Japan, not the Made in Japan, the last of the the last of the, am I mixing too much? Whatever. He hit him with the torture rack Kiwi Crusher. That's what I'll call it. And got the win. Fucking fantastic. I still like the Takagi Ishii match much more. It was too it was longer, it hit harder. It really put it over as one of the best matches in New Japan. This one was not messing around either. And then we got our finals. Jay White against Naito, both at 10 points. The winner-take-all situation now. 18 minutes, 51 seconds. Didn't reach that 20-minute climax time frame. However, what Jay White was able to do in this match was fantastic. He really got the heat. The crowd hated him. Everyone loved Naito. The Naito fans were in full force in this one. And White and Naito each played their characters so well. Taunting exchanges. It was everything you want a wrestling match to be. It was heel versus face. It was the heel doing heel maneuvers with the manager. Gato gets kicked out at one point, and then when there's a ref bump, he smiles and comes back. You had Bullet Club getting involved, as they would. And why Naito and LIJ didn't have any of their members coming out? Well, they were all competing in the G1 against each other. That's why. So, after it was all said and done, a reversal, a Blade Runner, and White gets the win over the decrepit Naito. Now, I said, on record, on this podcast, I predicted Ibushi. Like, my brain said Ibushi Naito. That was my brain finals finish with Ibushi winning. My gut told me Ibushi Jay White, with Ibushi still winning. So no matter what, I saw Ibushi winning the G1. Well, the finals have been made. It's Ibushi versus Jay White. Turns out I should go with my gut more often. Not my brain, but I'm very happy Naito did not win his block. It was really funny commentary. Kevin Kelly was like, people are so pissed they're leaving the arena. And you could visibly see no one leaving. It was quite funny. But the Naito fans are undoubtedly pissed off and upset that he didn't win and we don't get Naito Ibushi 4 in 2019. I think it would have been their fourth meeting. So, post-match, Jay White tells everyone they should have been breathing with him the whole time, kind of shtick, and he calls out Ibushi. He says, Naito, get that piece of trash out of here, And Ibushi comes in, and he goes, in the finals, no Gato, just you and me. Crowd kind of gasps, and they go, all right. And Ibushi's kind of hesitant, shakes his hand. And then Jay White attacks the knee and attacks the ankle. He does a concerto on the knee. Oh, he lied because he's a heel. Oh, I loved it. It's a very simple angle at its heart. Jay White is a chicken shit heel at the end of the day and a good wrestler. So that's when the dynamic works. If you're a chicken shit heel and a bad wrestler and doing bad matches, you become Taichi. Or you become a Baron Corbin. No matter how good a heel you may be perceived as, when you can't get it done in the ring, no one cares. No one wants to see you wrestle. They want to see you go away. Well, Taichi in this G1, he did much better than I was expecting. I will admit there was a couple matches I didn't truly like, but Jay White, I feel more than welcome deserved to win the block. He had his big comeback after losing, I think it was 3 in a row, and then we saw the downfall of Tanahashi and Kenta specifically. So we know the stories coming out. Juice Robinson gets his title match against Moxley. Sonata got his big win over Okada, finally. Ibushi got his win over Okada. Tanahashi's in freefall mode. He's a broken old man. What is he going to do? It's almost like a midlife crisis, end-of-life crisis in Tanahashi's case. Ospreay got his big win over a major heavyweight ace. Takagi got 2 big wins over heavyweights in Ishii and Goto, established stars. So Takagi should be moving on to the heavyweight division. He has more big-time heavyweight victories. And then now the question is, what do you do with Naito? He's the IC champion. Does he just go into a straight IC program with whom beat him? Possibly. I think this is still leading to one of the nights at the Dome where it's going to be IC champion against IWGP champion. Could very well see on night 1 Ibushi winning tonight, or one of these two. You're going to see Ibushi Naito at the Dome on one of the nights, and then for a heavyweight title as well. That's what I see. So that was the G1. I'm very happy with it. It's I think it's better than last year, especially from a match-to-match standpoint. I'm very much a fan of the Jay White Ibushi finals. It's more or less what I expected. I love the stories coming out of it. It plays into what we're going to see at the Dome going down the line. The bigger questions is, who does Okada face along the way for the title leading to the Dome? Sonata's going to be one of them for sure, but he needs more challengers. Who that's going to be remains to be seen. And as for Ibushi or White defending the briefcase, White lost those first 3 nights and then beat everyone else. So there's that. And then Ibushi lost a couple times himself with his ankle. So there's that as well. We'll see what's going forward. I do like the prospects. All right, and that was the G1. When we come back, it'll be JPQ joining me again for WCW Nitro July 20th, 1998. And when that's over, I will give you my wrestler rankings. The actual drop in timestamp for once. So here we go. And we're back. JPQ joining me for WCW Nitro.
Yeah, man, the homeland. This is where I got my start, was WCW. I appreciate you bringing me back for it.
I'm so happy to be sharing this moment with somebody. So, as it's becoming tradition here on the Red Leaf Retrocast, it can't be WCW without a stiff drink. Because holy shit. JPQ, let me ask you something here.
Yeah.
Did you watch Nitro as a child?
It was my number 1 promotion.
Okay. Did you watch it through 1996 through 2001?
I would say early 2000s is probably where I cut out, but yeah.
Ah, smart man. I was right there behind you. Now, I have been anti-WWFE basically my entire life. I've never found the promotion interesting. While WCW had its faults a lot of times, I was way more into it. So, this is kind of like a take off the nostalgia glasses trip. That's the whole point to this. And I started in 1998 specifically because 96, 97 was the hot period, right, of WCW. That was when it was at its best, with the NWO, the Luchadors getting good times, Eddie and Ray putting on just timely classics kind of deal.
Yep.
And then we get into 1998, and the product's still really hot. However, you start to see cracks on the surface. How much of WCW do you remember from this time period?
I mean, I remember enough. I mean, we saw... This is...
What have you blocked out of your memory?
Yeah, right.
This is the other question.
Booze is a hell of a thing, isn't it? I remember it pretty good. Going back and watching this match, or this show specifically, it brought back a lot. Nostalgia, I want to make sure that I'm as objective as possible, because the nostalgia bug absolutely hit me when we went through this until you actually started watching the show. But yes, this was the time where maybe not so much this timeline, but a little before this is when we start to see the fractures in NWO and the convoluted booking and the quote unquote burials of cruiserweights and just the overproduced segments. Like, not the segments themselves, promos, matches aren't overproduced, but just the show as a whole. 19 segments, more or less, where they're fitting in like 45 wrestlers. It's like, it's just information overload when you go back and you watch this, and
it's madness.
Yeah, it really did start at 98.
Yeah. So this is the not the show following Bash at the Beach 98, but it's 2 weeks out.
Right.
2 weeks after. 2 weeks post. So now we're heading into the next pay-per-view, which they haven't even mentioned yet, by the way.
I don't think they mentioned the whole show.
Nope. So, good job, WCW. You're off to a good start already. But we're from Salt Lake City, baby. We're coming, and Bash at the Beach was heavily promoted with Karl Malone of the Utah Jazz, and we do see a Utah Jazz forward return, so to say, later in the show.
Yep.
But we start off with Scott Hall cutting a short and sweet promo over Big Baby Kevin Nash. So, get into that in a second. Hall is all about Hogan now and the NWO, yada yada, right? We've all heard this before. Mm-hmm. But he does cut a good short promo. The problem is, keep in mind, Kevin Nash has not once cut a promo about the Scott Hall split or anything about the NWO in particular, other than his little party time Wolfpack stuff.
That's great insight.
Not once.
That's strong, because not watching it week to week the way you are currently going through it. I forgot the fact that you're right. Like, Kevin Nash never called out Scott Hall. The week before, Scott Hall turned on Kevin Nash after he was saved by Kevin Nash in his match against Hulk Hogan, in which then we saw the turn by Scott to stay with Black and White NWO and show his allegiance to Hulk. But yeah, right. You never actually heard Kevin Nash come out and speak on the topic. So that kind of brings it different, because I agree with you. I think Scott Hall, I think it was a minute 43, I think it was what I timed it at. It's short, sweet, to the point. They didn't waste any time with it. It was right after. What I like so much about WCW setup was you get the little intro video, you get the little teaser, you get the intro video, and then boom, he's in the ring, he's ready to go to deliver a promo before they even get to the commentary team. And it was a nice little setup. It was strong, it was short, and it got the message across to kind of fill me in as a fan if I missed the week prior.
It contains the show to having a story with what they're trying to do continuity wise.
Right. Yeah. Well,
trying. I use that word. I will say on Thunder the previous week, there was like this weird interview with Kevin Nash where they just ask him questions about, what do you think of Scott Hall right now? And his head's cocked and he just goes, man, I don't understand. He just wants the money. That's like the whole thing. He doesn't say anything. It's so bizarre. Like, that's their build to this whole reunion grudge match feel for the night. So if you look at Nitro, kind of like WWE today, if it's just a show in itself and you don't worry about anything else that's happened, you might have more fun.
Right. Yeah. Again, it was such a good start. It's someone who's coming into it blind in a sense. Like, a lot of it came back as I was watching through it. But when your high point of the night is the first minute and 43 seconds, then you're in for a long 3 hours.
It was a 2-hour show.
2 hours, right? But you know what I mean
with
with the commercials.
Yeah. Anyways, so we get a full recap of the main event from last week involving Hall and Hogan, which we mentioned,
Right.
Which for some reason comes after the Scott Hall promo.
Unreal.
So good job, really setting up the beginning, middle, and end there. Then we inexplicably get the U.S. title has been stripped and vacated from Goldberg. We don't know which of the two it is, but Goldberg doesn't have the U.S. title anymore.
Right.
For reasons.
Just reasons, right?
No idea. I just go in, they go, there's going to be a U.S. title match tonight. I was like, oh, okay, so Goldberg's going to defend the U.S. title? No, it's been vacated. There is no person who has it. What? When did this happen? Why? I'm like watching Thunder going back. No, nothing there. You just show up on Nitro. No more title. Fuck you. And then the championship committee, which I'm a big fan of, is one of the high points of WCW.
Absolutely.
J.J. Dillon, the championship committee. Yeah. They deem Bret Hart and DDP are the top two contenders. DDP makes sense. He's the ex-champion. Why Raven isn't in the mix, I don't know.
It's a fair point.
Because he is the one that lost to Goldberg. And then Bret Hart, and he's coming off a series of strong wins. So, it makes sense, but no U.S. title. Okay, fine. Whatever. Moving on. Got drink to that. That was like, I was infuriated with that. Because I had no memory of that happening. None.
No. It not only was there no memory of it, it was like the Goldberg versus Hulk Hogan championship match, U.S. title, title versus title in a sense. It wasn't, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And then just no thought whatsoever going into, okay, we're just going to strip him. And we're not going to tell you why, but you can make your own assumptions. Probably because he's the WCW champion and he's in program with Hogan, so let's just get the title off of him type of mindset.
Yeah.
And then
that's exactly what it was.
Yeah, and then to deliver it over commentary.
It's like, well, we can't beat Goldberg. He has his streak.
Right.
So what do we do? I guess we'll just take the title away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Brett's hot right now.
Everyone likes Bret Hart.
DDP was just working with Malone. Let's figure it out.
Fans love DDP, and we're in Salt Lake City. Yeah, okay. Like, that's how much thought is taken into this. It's just...
Right. God, it's a Monday morning rewrite done awful.
Fuck. I'm so mad. Okay. Stevie Ray versus Jobber Paul Moon. Stevie cuts a promo into the TV camera during his entrance.
It's unreal.
And he's forgotten Brother Booker T's TV title. That's a story going on. Awful squash match involving just bad wrestling from Stevie Ray. Yep. He misses a bicycle kick. Inexplicably, Chavo Guerrero Jr. comes out wearing the mask of Zorro and taunting the TV title in front of Stevie Ray because he has it all of a sudden.
Yep. He found it.
He found it. I don't know where. He just has it. Stevie pins the jobber with the worst slapjack you've ever seen.
Yep.
It's like it's not the praying mantis bomb. It's like a lifting pedigree, you could say.
That's a good way of putting it.
And yeah, Chavo leaves while leaving the belt behind. He just what?
Yeah. So I think the context here was, which again I'll give commentary credit with. Stevie Ray was supposed to give the television title back to Booker. He said he did. And then Chavo, so this is where nostalgia meets my disdain for WCW at this time, because when Stevie Ray came out, I was like, oh, sweet, okay, cool, like, yeah, I remember Harlem Heat,
right?
You know,
yeah,
we're gonna get back into this. He's wearing the red, like, okay, cool, like, and Johnny Boone's in there, and it's like, okay, Johnny Boone, no name or jobber. This should be a 2-minute match, good start. Let's see how it plays out, and then boom. Minute 45 in, you have Pepe and Chavo sitting there in a Zorro mask, waving the television title at Stevie Ray, and I'm thinking to myself like, oh, that's right, cruiserweights were dead at this point. I was like, God damn it for how good Chavo is. And then the back knowledge of knowing how good he was then, like for years after. I'm just like, and they got him being this crazy guy on a goddamn horse because he lost to Eddie, where he's now got to go out there and say, I found your title. Mr. Ray, I found your title. I found your title. I'm just sitting there like, okay. And then boom, downhill from there.
Yeah. No, Rad Zero, who used to be a member on this wrestling podcast with me, he's very adamant about not taking off the nostalgia glasses. He's like, everyone loved Crazy Chavo. I go, there's a limit.
Right.
This is that limit.
But hey, look, he did the best he could with the cards he was dealt. I take nothing away from him. But when you look at it, it's the representation of it is, oh, the cruiserweight division is dead at this point. Like, come on.
It was literally Chris Jericho.
It was. You're right. Exactly right.
Yeah. All right. Recap of Buff Bagwell getting bullied by Hogan. And I've been on record the last couple podcasts, that this babyface turned Buff Bagwell, I'm way behind.
Yep.
And I hate Buff Bagwell. I have horrid memories of Buff Bagwell. I don't remember any of this. And we'll find out later why. Because he cut, I mean, you saw the recap.
I did.
He cut a, apologetic promo, and asshole Hogan comes out, the biggest motherfucker on the planet. Like, how else are you gonna get a guy from the NWO over that the crowd hates into a babyface position, have Hogan push him out of a wheelchair with a broken neck?
Right.
Brilliant.
Win.
Right? Win. So, Mean Gene out to now interview Rick Steiner. And if you've noticed, let's see if Gene can break his 6 appearances last week. Yeah, 6 Mean Gene segments on last week's Nitro. All right. Apparently, Rick Steiner has been home for 2 months from shoulder surgery, allegedly. I wasn't able to confirm he actually had shoulder surgery. Keep in mind, last week he was still in a sling with the Buff Bagwell segment.
Yep.
Now he's not. Right?
Yep.
Then he mentions in August he will take on Scott Steiner. So we're revisiting the Steiner brothers feud, because Scott joined the NWO and turned on his brother. Mm-hmm. But that was in April at Spring Stampede. Okay?
Yep. Yeah, I remember all this.
Like Christ. That was many months ago. We're in the end of July now. I think this was... No, you know what? This was the only time they mentioned the pay-per-view in August. Was this promo right here.
That's a good point. They did. They said because they were going to have their respect at the respect match between the two of them was going to come at Bash. No, it wasn't Bash. What was it? What was the next pay-per-view? Whatever. They mentioned it once. I forget. But they did mention that they were going to have a match at the next pay-per-view. They did.
The point that we don't know is a point in itself. Right?
It's a fair point.
All right. So, yeah, Rick says the NWO gave him the bum shoulder. He tries to, play it off. And then he says he's totally fine tonight. So he's not keeping his promo straight at all here.
No.
He's contradicting himself. So the whole setting up the match was very confusing. Then, JPQ, are you ready for this?
Let me hear it.
Buff Bagwell gets wheeled out. So I'm like, all right, Buff Bagwell, here we go. Babyface turn. I know he turns into a babyface at one point. I have memories of him being babyface in 2000. Mm-hmm. I remember that with Judy Bagwell.
With Judy Bagwell.
Oh my god, it was the most horrid thing imaginable. I've had Judy Bagwell memories flushing back over the course of this. I'm like, oh no, when's she coming? All right. Rick wholeheartedly apologizes for the accident to Buff. For those that don't remember, there was a tag match a few months ago, and Rick Steiner does his top rope bulldog, and Buff just almost kills himself. He breaks his neck. Yeah. He was paralyzed for a little bit, and then Buff Bagwell cuts another great babyface promo. Agreed?
Agreed.
Totally believable. Which is half the battle in itself, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
About how the injury has given him new perspective. Rick and Buff embrace JPQ, I can't. You do it for me. What goes on here?
Well,
I don't have the heart.
As they embrace, Scott Steiner comes running out with a chair and whacks his brother Rick Steiner in the back, sending him to the floor. Only then,
cool,
for Buff Bagwell to magically stand up as if he was about to help Rick Steiner and grab the chair from Scott Steiner and proceed to beat the living crap out of Rick Steiner and then pull off his neck brace and embrace Scott with the Too Sweet and the NW, and then takes off his shirt, revealing NWO for life.
Oh, it's for life, brother. Oh, it was all a swerve.
All a setup.
All a setup. For what? Because here's my thought. I'm like, oh man, we're going to get a Buff Bagwell versus Scott Steiner match. Because Buff was the one that brought Scott Steiner in the NWO, and now Buff is out. He's a good guy, right?
Yep.
I'm like, okay. He's going to take Rick's place, stop from being bullied by the NWO. Oh, good story. It was just all clicking on all cylinders. What a great setup. Oh my god. And within seconds, JPQ, it was just taken away. Something so easy.
It's
gone. It's gone. I have tears in my eyes. Oh, I forgot I was watching WCW for a second. Crowd dies a million deaths when this happens too. You would expect just hardcore boos or no. Just they were like me. You just go, "Oh yeah. I'm at a WCW show. I was a fool." I was a fool.
What bothered me so much about it was, and again, I do it to myself, right? Because again, nostalgia and things like that. But what it cemented to me, which I forgot, was Bischoff did not trust creative bookings for mid-level to main event level single talent to not be WCW versus NWO. And it's like you had a perfect opportunity here to go WCW versus WCW, and whoever wins now can go, or both of them can now go, because they both have tag team experience, against and begin to chip away again at NWO. And because they doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down on NWO and Wolfpack and LWO and everything in between.
Oh yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah, it's just
That's coming. It
just shows that they just had no care in the world for anybody that was rocking the purple and yellow brand. And it brought back all those just angry memories when you could have had face versus face, WCW versus WCW, build a program, and then take it wherever you needed to after that. But Bischoff did not trust those two to be able to get themselves over in that instance. Yeah. And it just frustrates
This was just unbelievable to see again. Mm-hmm. We cut to the Georgia Dome when Buff Bagwell came out. Just a hero's welcome.
Yep.
Like, unbelievable. Like, how do you not look at the full Georgia Dome cheering Buff fucking Bagwell?
Of all people.
Like, of all people, and not just go, yeah, put him in a program. Like, you could beat him. It's Scott fucking Steiner. Do some of your WCW bullshit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Buff was over, and immediately no one gave two shits about him.
Ruined it.
As soon as he was back in the NWO. Immediately. It was crazy. All right. Let's speed this along. Mean Gene out number 2. All right, the counter's up one more. Chris Jericho. Okay, Gene Mean.
I'm glad you brought it up because I was going to. Hilarious.
He said it a couple times. Gene's face just goes, wait a minute. That's not my name. Jericho claims mental and physical abuse from stalking crazy man Dean Malenko, talking about his dead father, and there's Mean Gene just going, wait a minute. Your dad was on Nitro like weeks ago. And you've been talking about Dean Malenko's father. Like that whole look in his face. It was just... What a great promo by Jericho. He is my big smile week in and week out of Nitro.
Yep.
I love it. And Jericho in AEW is still my big smile.
That's true. I mean,
Jerksonville,
20 years later.
Jacksoffville.
Yeah, right. Where's his thank you?
Oh God, I've thanked him on Twitter many times. But yeah, a fantastic, fun promo. Says in San Antonio next week, he will get his last chance ever at the Cruiserweight title. Talking about Dean Malenko. Mm-hmm. I love Chris Jericho. He's going to give Dean a good old-fashioned Canadian fight. And he jokingly puts up his fists.
Which is exactly how we represent Canada in the States. Back in 98. It was the Mountie, almost like the bare-knuckle Irish fighter type of feel. But, corny. So, perfect promo. Excellent job.
Yeah, Chris Jericho, number 1. Scott Hall interrupts the announcer's booth, which I quite like this. Very odd how they're doing. They're really selling us on the whole Scott Hall is making fun of Kevin Nash kind of deal.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So he talks again about teary-eyed Kevin Nash. Bear in mind, we still haven't seen that Thunder clip. So if you didn't watch Thunder, you have no fucking idea what's happening. Not one idea. Not one iota. So now his antics afterwards is what I have to talk about. So Scott Hall, first he shakes Mike Tenay's hand, right?
Right.
Then he sticks out his hand for Shivani to shake his hand. Shivani looks at him. He's like, "Are you kidding me?" And Scott Hall then shakes Mike Tenay's hand again. So then Shivani goes, "All right, I'll trust you. This one time, big guy." And he immediately goes, psych, and then does the spooky fingers. Throws the toothpick at Shivani. Then Zbyszko gets up out of his chair, does the spooky fingers to Zbyszko. So Shivani and Tenay are full-on professionals. They can start continuing the broadcast, right?
Yep.
And there's Scott Hall start doing the suck it, the DX cross chops right behind. Next, he only does it halfway, right?
Yep. Yeah, you're right. He did. He didn't commit to it.
To Zbyszko. He didn't commit to it. And then when he's just off camera, you can tell he's doing it full on to the crowd, to Zbyszko standing up. It's so funny. I love it. This was why everyone has such fond memories of Scott Hall.
Right.
Even though he's been, he's at this point in time, he has so many drinking problems and all this, and he was off TV for months since April. He is still one of the most over guys in the company.
Yeah, this was a good show because, again, it brought... don't screw with something that works. And when you brought Scott Hall out 2 years ago, you brought him out to ruin commentary. And then you see it 2 years later, and he's still he's got 2 years worth of ruining commentary. It's just a sweet spot for everybody involved. Everybody knows their roles, and they sold it really well.
Yeah, and I am a huge fan of the way the broadcast booth, that's what they call it. They don't call it the commentary table.
Fair point.
I love that setup of WCW where it's a booth, right? And when Scott Hall came, I'm just like, this is awesome. He's cutting a good promo. He's really trying to get us over. It's WCW's fault they didn't show us why he's saying all this.
Zbyszko waving at the beginning of every show was always one of my favorites too. As the broadcast is going on,
I hate Zbyszko on commentary.
Oh no, it's just a character. Just how he would. They're talking and he's just waving. He's not even he doesn't even have his headset on. He's just waving at the crowd.
He's like, I gotta take my curtain call. Hey,
hilarious.
Gotta go. Yeah. All right. So then it cuts to this is when the show we've been shitting on all the continuity errors, and up to this point it gets so much worse. It just goes into a car crash from here.
Yep.
A car crash, I say. Yes, in fact, the camera cuts to a car crashed outside against the wall next to a sign that says "Star of the Show." You're like, that's weird. Is this like a hit and run incident? And then it cuts to commentary, and they start referencing the Jay Leno Late Show, and all the memories start coming back. I just go, oh no. My temples start throbbing, because I remember what's going to happen next. Mm-hmm. They're tying it together with Bischoff's version of the Late Show that he did in June twice. Last fucking month. It's been a month since he did this shit. Oh no. They're gonna do it again, aren't they? Oh, yes. But that's later. Which is funny because on Raw, we just saw a car crash incident, right?
Right.
And then it cuts to commercial and it comes back and the car's totally fine.
Yeah, their continuity wasn't the greatest back then either.
Yeah. But, that was just a few days ago.
Right. Oh, well,
Yeah.
it's still not good.
Yeah.
I would have to be watching to know that for sure.
Oh, I listen to so many podcasts, and every podcast on earth talks about WWE to nauseum, that every detail is not missed on me. And it's just, when I'm watching these WCW Nitros, JPQ, there's so many similarities. It's scary.
Oof.
Oh. So, anyways, not a lot of wrestling to this point, would you say?
Not a lot, and it didn't continue with our next segment, which was Sick Boy versus Steve McMichael.
Oh, no.
Like,
Lodi sign, watch. Sick Boy has the cure.
hey,
Move on.
he did. Patient zero
Cure
over
for
there.
what? I don't know.
Yeah, you never do. But just, again, I want to say that I liked McMichael back in the day. I do, but man, I go back and I watch matches. Even him versus Goldberg at like Starcade, like Goldberg's first year in the table match that they had. It's just, I just can't get behind McMichael. Maybe it's just because I've aged as a wrestling fan and I've seen so much different stuff. But God, man, you put him in there as Sick Boy, and it's just awfulness over and over and over again. It was the only part of the show, although the show was bad. It was the only part of the show that I like didn't check out, but I wasn't like feverishly paying attention to, because Steve McMichael just does absolutely nothing for me.
He's very painful to watch, is what I'm finding out. I watch a lot of old stuff.
Right.
My Wrestler Spotlight.
Hey.
You know, I'm watching Jack Briscoe matches from like the 60s and 70s kind of deal.
Right.
I watch Jimmy Snuka type stuff, which was eye-opening.
Yeah, for sure.
But Mongo McMichael is horrid to watch. He's painful.
It's awful.
He has 2 fucking moves. A football tackle from an ex-goddamn football player, and he can't do that right.
Nope. And he 3-point stance it, which I never understood.
Well, Goldberg does a 3-point stance tackle. It's called his fucking spear,
spear.
and he kills people. He cuts them in half. Mongo McMichael aims for the knee, and he misses in this match against fucking Sick Boy.
Fucking Sick Boy. Like, come on.
Yeah. Finishes with a tombstone lame. Recap from Thunder of Malenko talking to Arn Anderson to recruit Arn as a manager for them of the New Horsemen. What did you think of this recap Arn Anderson promo?
You know, I actually enjoyed
from
it.
Thunder.
I'm a big Arn Anderson mark. And because
So
I wasn't paying attention, I wasn't watching this week to week currently. I forgot that the injury with the neck and everything. So for him to be able to pull, I don't think he pulled his shirt off. I think he pulled his hat off, right? And
No, he took his whole shirt off.
it was the shirt off? Yeah. Took the shirt
Yeah.
off, and then you see the good shot of the scar running up his back. And that's really where it hit me. I was like, God damn, that's right. He did fucking get.
Well, he's looking at Malenko.
Yeah, because Malenko
and
had it.
Malenko has one as well, right?
Yeah.
But Arn was so late into his career, he couldn't recover from it. And I love the line. He goes, he references his surgically repaired neck, and he goes, God hasn't given him the tools despite having the passion. Let it be home, is what he says.
Right.
Like, just forget it. Like, leave me out of this. So, this is a good story with Arn Anderson. I do like it. And he just cut a really good promo.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Good way to
And
keep
it
him
was
in
on
the
Thunder.
mix without having him have to wrestle, because, again, you talk bright spots, even on a back, which, again, I think we're now promo count-wise, like recap-wise, I think we're at 4 in the first hour. It reminds you why Arn is so goddamn good at what he does.
Yeah. All right. We come back from commercial, and it's... I can't joke about this.
It's 83 weeks with Eric Bischoff.
Eric Bischoff's late show segment. JPQ, how bad was this?
This was terrible. I mean, I hated everything about it, including the fact that, yeah, the Tonight Show with Jay Leno, and so they went with the NWO Later with Eric Bischoff, and I forgot that was the name of it, but NWO Later with Eric Bischoff. It's like they didn't even try. And then for him to be doing the monologue of Jay from the night prior, 2 weeks after the match with Jay, was ridiculous enough. But then, like, man, like that was like a 4-minute segment that they ran where it's joke after laugh after pause after crowd boo.
It was 6 minutes and 41 seconds of pain.
It's worse. And it just cringe-worthy nonsense where, again, all the credit in the world for Eric to commit to that, but why?
Oh, he was committed.
Yeah, but why do you need this? Like, I get 3 hours, you gotta fill it, 19 segments, but we just came off of Sick Boy and Steve McMichael after having Johnny Boone versus, Stevie Ray, like, and now we had
a squash match followed by a squash match followed by this.
Oh, God, and 4 recaps. Like, what are we doing in the first hour?
This is a prime example of, you have to appeal to the mainstream audience. Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no. This is what you don't want to do.
This was the second car crash of the night.
Yeah. No, it certainly was. The laugh tracks was a kind of a nail in the coffin to me, just wanting this to die 1,000 deaths.
Right.
None of this entire segment could drown out the boos and the hate from the crowd.
Yeah,
you could just hear it. They were trying so hard to mute them out, and they couldn't do it.
Like
that's how loud it was.
They went from, like, there's corny, which is a word I like to use when I'm talking about the 90s. But then there's just exaggerated, hyperbole corny. And they went so over the top with the cornball goofiness of Eric Bischoff with the laugh track and the monologue and then the selling of the jokes and him laughing to himself and then the pauses in between. It's just like, come, like, then the duration of it, just 6.5 minutes. Like, you got to be kidding me that I had to sit through this.
Yeah, it felt like a million years. Mm-hmm. And that concluded hour 1.
Right.
If you didn't turn, if you were a fan back then and you turned the shit off of Nitro, I would not blame you.
Right.
This was horrid to this point. All right, hour 2. We got our fireworks and all. Cool. Mm-hmm. Recap Thunder. This is when we finally get the Thunder recap of Nash kind of recounting Scott Hall's NWO betrayal.
Well, almost.
And kind of. The tape ends up getting cut because Scott Hall gets to the tape trailer in the back, and then Nash just knows where he is, and they begin brawling outside. The NWO and Wolfpack just join in, including Conan.
Yep.
That's important.
That's important.
It's important because the very next segment, Bret Hart's at the there's no commercial, by the way.
Nope. Straight cut.
Bret Hart at the announcer's table, so we get our third encounter tonight?
Yes.
Second. No. Third. Whatever.
Well, it doesn't matter. Lost count.
He's at the announcer's table, and he wants DDP this fucking second for the U.S. title match. Camera then immediately cuts back to show DDP down and out, like he's been taken out, beaten up. And then there's Conan over screaming for him, for help. What?
Why? Like, you were just in a brawl.
Outside. Out fucking side.
And Bret Hart is really more leaning towards NWO at this point. So why is Conan getting involved with a WCW guy at this point? Like, it just...
Right.
It's like they pulled him like, oh, no, you need to I need you over here now.
We need you over here, quick. Okay, run over there. Oh, you found DDP.
It's ridiculous. And, like, he cares about him. Like, you're not supposed to care about him.
Right. All right. So keep in mind, we have no more than 4 minutes of wrestling at this point in the show. Yes, I tracked it. J.J. Dillon out to buy time. That's what commentary literally says. Buy time. So the match doesn't happen. Instead, now we get Yuji Nagata with Sonny Ono, selfie, disposable camera, and all.
Love it.
Versus Saturn.
Yep.
When I first started this and I saw Sonny Ono come out with the disposable camera taking selfies, I was like, oh, dear God. In a nut, like, you don't think about it at the time because everyone had disposable cameras, but looking at it with modern eyes, you go, oh, I love it.
It's so funny.
It's awesome. I want to do that now. I don't even know where you'd find a disposable camera.
I want the purple suit. Are you kidding me? Like,
Oh, yeah. Sonny Ono's beautiful.
He is.
He's a beautiful man. Awesome to always see Yuji Nagata show up on
so
Nitro.
young, too. So good.
Young, handsome devil. Future champion right there.
Yep. Sure. Yeah.
Maybe not in WCW.
He had the match coming up in IWGP. They made mention of it.
Yeah. So, during the match, they announced the next match to be Sting and Luger versus Hall and Giant for the tag titles for reasons. They claim because of the brawl outside, they need to settle this in the ring. So, tag title match. What? What? Nothing makes sense. Okay, so this match was pretty dang good for the 5 minutes, I will say.
It was awesome.
I enjoyed
Loved
this.
it.
Yeah, but then it ended. Kinda.
Well, no,
Raven,
yeah, you're right. Okay, I know where you're going with it.
Yeah. Raven interferes, DDT off a ref distraction. Nagata gets the win, which I liked. He put in his Nagata lock, which is no longer the armbar.
Right.
It's the it's like, what do they call that move? It's not the figure 4. It's not the Indian Deathlock. It's you get like, I don't know what it's called. Anyway, Nagata lock. That's what it's called.
It's called the Nagata lock. We're back in '98.
Yeah. It's called the Nagata lock, and the ref just counts 3 because his shoulders were on the ground. He was knocked out, but I was like, oh, okay, I like that. I'm down.
Good job by the ref.
Yep. All the flock comes down, then Canyon comes down to dismantle everybody. The crowd just explodes for Canyon. It was great to see.
Awesome. Kidman
gets laid out with a second rope pile driver where I just went, holy shit!
Yeah, I would pop for that now.
Then Saturn gets up and he gives him a Death Valley driver for his trouble. Tells Canyon to stay out of his business. So the crowd's pretty into this. But this feud would be so much better with a little more focus. Because it's a mess. Right?
Yeah, you're watching it week to week. I'll tell you, and again, I'm comparing it against the other segments that we saw prior to and what we're about to talk about. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a good match between Nagata and Saturn. I liked the beatdown. I liked Canyon coming out. Good size to bury through the flock. I forgot how much I enjoyed the flock when I was watching. I was like, God damn, I love the flock. And
a bunch of goons for Raven. It's so good.
And then just a clean ass Death Valley driver from Saturn, and then telling him just a quick, hey, look at the camera. Boom. Stay out of my business, Canyon. Gave enough because there was no explanation up to that point of why he kept attacking Canyon. Stay out of my business. And then done. Good. Signed off on.
Yeah. But, man, they've been really extending this for a while. There's been no even hint at a blow off. There was a singles match at the last pay-per-view. Just they don't know what to do.
Yeah, see, I can't get into the vortex. I can't go back and watch. I can't put myself through it. You know, so I trust your judgment on it.
But Canyon is so damn cool. I wish he'd go back to the anytime, anyplace, anywhere. That was awesome. That was how he was introduced, coming off of that horrible Mortis gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And how he got rid of the mask, and then he was pretending to be anyone in the audience and attacking Raven, and now it's just this 3-way brawl that is just a clusterfuck.
Total.
I mean, this segment by itself was really cool. I just want focus.
Right.
That's not a lot to ask.
No.
Yeah. All right. So pretty awesome Nobody Is Safe promo from Bret Hart from Thunder. That was an awesome recap. I did watch this, quite a bit of this Thunder as well.
Can I toss my 2 cents in on this?
Sure.
So here's my impression. Strong from Bret. Bret showed why he's so good and such a professional with the promos. But I swear to God, it was as if whoever was running the gorilla position kept telling him 5 more seconds. And then so he'd say another line, and they'd go, okay, 5 more seconds. And then he'd have to say another line, because the back end of that promo was so, like, he should have ended it right at, and I didn't write down what he was saying, but there was 3 additional sentences that he said where I'm sitting there like, you're just repeating yourself. Stop it. But he delivered it so well.
That's also kind of Bret Hart.
That's
also
true. His cadence lends to that, but it just didn't come off. He sold it fine. But I'm watching it, and it's like there's just enough of a space in between, as if he's not someone who forgets his lines or forgets how to do a promo. He's Bret frickin' Hart. But it almost is 5 more seconds. Just buy us more time. But it wasn't like 15 seconds. It was like 5.
Right.
Okay, another 5.
Yeah.
Type of thing.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. But other than that, I thought it was great. It did what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, and he on Thunder, he takes out Mysterio Jr.
Yep.
And so he's been dismantling people, is his gimmick. He dismantled Booker T. Now he's dismantled Mysterio Jr. So now he has this persona that he's the excellence of execution, and he's executing people, basically. Leg-wise, but he's doing it. So that kind of gives context to his character right now, which I really liked.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, the Bret Hart WCW run up to this point hasn't been good,
No.
as in he hasn't been used, really. But when he's on the screen, he's money, and there's no doubt.
Yeah.
Sting and Nash versus Hall and Giant for the tag titles, because they had a brawl backstage. So there you go there. And this is okay. So I'll say my piece, and then I want your opinion. So the Wolfpack get their they do their exchange. Wolfpack gets first. Then there's a lot of heat done by Giant and Hall. Crowd got really hot for the Sting versus Giant moment, chanting heavily, Giant sucks, they just explode through the stadium. It was a hot match, and I loved it in this vacuum. Even the Bret Hart interference on Sting at the end, right before Sting was going to put in the Scorpion Deathlock, and commentary's like, that's his move, he wasn't going to let him do that. It's like, okay, at least commentary's trying to make sense of things, and it does. It cost Wolfpack the tag titles. It was crazy, fun, very exciting. The wrestling was below par, but the character work and the auras of all these dudes in the ring and everything was so good. And then Bobby Heenan's on commentary now. He just showed up. Few low blows in front of the ref, and there was no call, which I thought was very strange, but in this vacuum, I love this match. So if I just take all of the nonsense and continuity just out of it, which is almost like how you're supposed to watch Raw and SmackDown these days for WWE, it's like this. You can have a really hot match as long as you just don't put any context in it. All right. What are your thoughts?
So I got a couple. One, this was really the beginning of the realization of why I liked WCW and what they were doing, but why they also annoyed me at the same time, because they foreshadowed everything. They always had their shows. Monday Nitro was always, you'd start with something and then you'd have a period at the end of the sentence, if you were lucky, at the end with some of their major storylines, and they always had a couple going. So, of course, the foreshadow came right before him showing, his dismantlement of Rey Mysterio the night prior, and then he immediately interrupts this match, and it's just like, okay, and then I'm sitting there thinking like, okay, so we're gonna see Scott Hall do something, and then there's the Kevin Nash blow off, and okay, where's all this headed? Plus, we saw the recaps of Hogan and then what came with later with that. So, they're kind of finishing storylines that they started the week before. 2-week story arc, okay, I can live with it. Takeaways from the match. Strong match for everything that you said. I agree with everything you said. I hate the Sting Crimson Mask paint in the Wolfpack. I hate the Wolfpack paint because, I don't know if back in 98 they didn't have flat paint, but the lights would reflect off that red, and it almost gave him white cheeks, which always threw me off when he would come out, and this was no different when they walked the ring this time. I really I'm glad that you brought up Giant versus Sting, because the Stinger splash the first time, then he goes for the second, he catches the boot, which then, and it literally sends him flying. It was a perfect timing move by the Giant to get his foot up, and then, leverage Sting's body into it and then push him off so that he went flying, and then Sting going for the crossbody a couple seconds later and falling right to the ground as if he hit a brick wall. I just thought it was good storytelling, and I'm so accustomed now to seeing the Big Show get dismantled and taken down and not showing his power that I really appreciated the way they used the Giant back in the day. And this is post his run with the title back when Benoit was involved. where they never allowed the Giant to not be the Giant. Like, he was always booked to take those types of spots, and they did a good job with it. And I was okay with the finish. I was okay with Bret Hart coming out. I liked the storyline with the sharpshooter. You're not going to use my move type of thing. And then, Scott Hall and...
At least that's what commentary was
right, which I thought was smart. Whether it was planned or whether they were thinking on their toes, again,
right.
The veteran commentary staff will get us as people that are watching to understand why it's happening, and I think they succeeded there. And then Scott Hall and the Giant beating Kevin Nash and Sting and just kind of rubbing salt in the wounds. Okay, I'm good with it.
Yeah. This commentary team's my dream team. Tenay, Heenan, and Schiavone.
Yes, it's the best.
So, it will never be equaled in my mind. Okay. Right and Disco out to face NWO Japan of Mr. Chono and the great fucking Muda, whom we saw at G1 Supercard,
we did.
By the way.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Not quite like this.
How good did he look coming out? God damn.
Oh, great Muda, sticking the fingers in his throat and just he's being Muda.
He's got the big face
awesome.
mask, like the big face drape over, and the big NWO bandana across his face. It's just so good.
Oh, it's awesome. Chono's just looking like a badass. He looks like a he looks like a freaking bouncer that actually owns the club.
Mm-hmm.
I love Chono. So we clearly see an enhancement match here for Chono and Muda. It was cool to see them at least. What was weird was post-match, Scott Norton just kind of randomly comes out and beats down Right and Disco on his own. Right. So, sure, why not, I guess?
You're going to put Johnny Boone in a match against Stevie Ray, but you're going to have Scott Norton come out and dismantle Alex Wright and Disco? Come on.
I mean, I'm always okay to see Alex Wright and Disco Inferno get the shit.
Yes, but there's no reason why. Although, again, commentary did a nice job talking about Scott Norton's Japan roots. And so him coming out and adding on with NWO Japan, they tried to sell it, but come on.
I believe the G1 this year had just ended, and they were mentioning Chono was about to have his title match against Fujinami.
Right. Yes, they did mention that.
Yeah, because they
didn't mention the G1, but the timeline.
They didn't mention the G1, but they did mention the Osaka title match that was coming. Yeah. Nitro Girls out to start hour 3, so hour 2 just kind of flew by.
It was a decent hour.
It was a decent hour. Kimberly, one of the Nitro Girls, it's taken to the back. She's DDP's wife, by the way, which I always forgot.
Kimberly Page.
I always forgot that. Tokyo Magnum versus Ultimo Dragon. A fun 5-minute beatdown by the teacher.
Yeah, I got to tell you, and the crowd popped for Ultimo Dragon, which as well they should have. Ultimo Dragon was part of the reasons that I was so invested in WCW, and I'll tell you that as I was getting into it, it wasn't really for the wrestling, it was for the pageantry, and just to see Ultimo Dragon come out in so many different color schemes, I gravitated to that early. So when the crowd popped for him, I was happy. I had a smile on my face.
Yeah, I do like Tokyo Magnum trying to dance all the time, and he's over in his own special way.
Sure.
It's really funny. It's really funny to see, and Dragon's just not having it. He's just like, you are my freaking Kohai, and you need to do what Senpai says, and that's get the shit kicked out of you right now.
Enjoy it.
Yeah. So simple 5-minute match. I liked it. Jim Powers, remember him? No? Okay, well he's facing Scott Norton with Vincent. This was a squash match. Commentary says he's sending a message to Nash with the power bombs. That's hinting at something in the future. But if you remember WCW and Kevin Nash don't lose.
Doesn't.
Hogan Reign of Dick video package for some reason. That's how I phrased it. And then we get Bischoff and Hogan time. You know it was a matter of time. It was coming. So Hogan yells at us for a while, black and white, yada yada, too sweet, move on.
Pretty much.
You like that?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what it was. It was like, we're back together, brother.
For life, too sweet, woo! Okay, Eddie Guerrero versus Conan with Utah Jazz forward Antoine Carr. He's a big dude.
He's a big dude.
So, I don't know how up you are on your 1998 Utah Jazz basketball knowledge.
I'm okay.
But Antoine Carr had very sensitive baby blue eyes, and he always had to wear sunglasses. So, he had sunglasses for a reason. That was his, gimmick. Yeah. No, he was. He had.
You're right. You're not wrong. He was the Horace Grant of the Jazz.
Well, kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
So, this was a fun lucha-style match. Quick Eddie versus Power Conan. They know how to work together. Mm-hmm. That is very clear.
Yes, very good.
But remember, JPQ, we were watching WCW. It can't just be a match. Not everything can be Ultimo Dragon versus Tokyo Magnum. That just amazing 5-minute awesomeness. It can't do that. No. Chavo Guerrero's out again. Now he's dressed as Conan. He's saying bowdy bowdy, rowdy rowdy, over and over again. And then the match just gets thrown out. Because the horse was brought into the ring. So, yeah?
I mean, yeah, that's kind of my reaction to it. It was like, I was into it. I love these two together. And then then again, Pepe makes his appearance again.
Pepe makes his appearance.
And I'm just like, oh,
I'll drink to that.
And then boom, it's just over. I'm like, well, fuck.
Yeah, it's like, god damn it, we can't. What? Eddie Guerrero's not going anywhere. Couldn't Conan pin him? And get him ready for maybe, I don't know, that vacant U.S. title?
Right. Something, please.
Something? Fuck. Keep in mind that 2 matches ago, we just saw guys get kicked in the nuts multiple times. That was no problem. Anyways. Kurt Hennig with Mr. Rick Rude versus Lex Luger. JPQ, I really like this match. What is happening here? WCW having a good end?
I mean, it was. I'll tell you, it was one of. I'll put it all on Kurt Hennig.
Sure.
Lex Luger is only going to be so good, but if you look at the entire work, this was one of Lex Luger's better appearances, in my opinion, which I was surprised about. But
Lex Luger is I have said this many times. Lex Luger is what Roman Reigns is today.
That's fair. That's a fair comment. I think Roman's a better wrestler. But when I say better wrestler, I'm not saying he's good. Top echelon.
Well, think about it, and I've had to defend this take on multiple occasions. Think about it. Luger has 4 moves. That's all he does, and then he works based on the other guy in the ring. Right?
Right.
Now, the skill levels are vastly different because this is 1998 versus 2019. That much is very obvious. And Luger's also from NWA 80s, right?
Right.
So it's a different time. So, when you put a perspective on the time frame of how they're supposed to wrestle, and the fact that Luger has his forearm, he has his other forearm, and he has his rack, right? And then a couple power slams.
Pretty much.
What does Roman Reigns have? He has, and yeah, what you said.
He's got the Superman punch. He's got the spear. He has the running power slam. He has. Does he have 2 more in there?
He does the drive-by drop.
He does the drive-by drop kick
every
yes,
now
he
and
does.
again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to think, is there?
So he's got his flashy move.
Yep.
And what else? Exactly. He's Lex Luger.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I like how you got there.
Yeah. Yeah. Lex Luger had the Lex Express. Roman Reigns is the big dog. Anyways. Okay. Yeah, I really like this match. Kurt Hennig is just a brilliant AWA overseller.
Yeah.
I'm convinced Dolph Ziggler watched every Kurt Hennig match ever because that's how he bumps.
Right? Yeah, it's just over the top. just so much fun.
When Luger gave Hennig the atomic drop, and Hennig goes on his butt, need a butt, because that's what the atomic drop is, right? He jumps off the knee, face first in the turnbuckle, after going 10 feet in the air. just launches himself. It's so good. I love Hennig selling. It's just unbelievable. And then he gets the front one, and he's grabbing his nuts like he got low blowed. It's like, oh, this is, bless you, Kurt Hennig. Mr. Perfect indeed.
Yeah, the only thing it was missing was on the atomic drop was like the gum going 20 feet in the air.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was spit out earlier from the
right.
from the
I know
forearm.
it was. I know. But as I was watching that spot, I was like, that would have been a great spot to see the gum go flying.
Always with that. Rude interferes. It leads to the perfect plex. Rude then holds Luger's foot down for the assist pin, which I really love that finish. Very unique. Yep. Utilizing the super heel manager. Lex Luger, he's not doing anything. He could take the loss, and Kurt Hennig is coming off getting squashed by Goldberg twice, so he definitely needed the win at this point. In perspective.
He needed the win. He did need the win.
This is when wins and losses mattered, even in WCW. All right. So, take me through the WCW Monday Nitro, July 20th, in the year 1998's main event.
Well, we had a nice intro. By the way, I just want to throw out real quick that I really hate Bret Hart's entrance music in WCW. And I didn't realize that until he came out to the ring. I did like the big fight feel. I like Michael Buffer was there. You know, the whole pageantry for the U.S. title was there, and I was genuinely interested. Okay, how's this going to end? And he comes out, and I hate the music, but that's its own thing, and that's really just more because I'm so used to his, WWF. Yeah. But so he comes out, and then we're waiting on DDP, and then we continue to wait for DDP.
You missed an important fact. Commentary just said.
Go ahead.
They announced the winner of this match will now face Goldberg.
Holy shit, they did do that, didn't they?
They did.
Oh my
god.
So
they take the U.S. title off Goldberg, so then the winner of the U.S. title will face Goldberg. What?
Why?
The fuck?
I mean, we know why now, but why? I didn't even put that together, but that did happen.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. So DDP's limping out.
And so he ends up coming out. He ends up limping out.
No music.
No music, no nothing. Again, it's okay. Let's see where it goes. Again, two good workers in the ring. Let's see how they play the psychology. And I mean, I guess it's fair to call it a squash match at this point. Like, it's just...
So,
go ahead.
DDP's wrapped up. His ribs are wrapped up. His legs are wrapped up.
His knees all bundled up.
This is the kind of detail I wish is here today in wrestling. Like, you get the shit kicked out of you. Fucking sell it. Right?
Right. Let me jump in real quick. Here's the only problem I had with it, because I agree with you, because DDP through this entire match did a great job of selling these injuries. Why do you wrap up a knee over a knee pad?
He was in a rush to get to the match, man.
Okay, fine. You bring sensibilities to it, but
I gotta bring. There's got to be some sense because it's WCW.
Right. Okay, fair.
But think about it. He was in full gear. He had a short amount of time. Bear in mind it was an hour, but a short amount of time nonetheless. The audience isn't gonna see his knee wrapped up to sell the sharpshooter.
I don't love it. I don't.
A visual representation.
I get it.
Maybe if he came out in shorts. I
totally get what you're saying. They could have rolled up his pant leg. They could have done a quick pre-roll in the back where he's late to the ring because they're wrapping his knee up prior to him laying his knee pad back down. They could have wrapped up his knee over the pant leg and then put the kneecap or put the knee pad on the other side of it. They didn't. And
oh yes, it was wrapped over the knee pad.
Over the knee pad.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. That part's weird.
So just a little detail.
Yeah.
But so they get in the ring, and DDP does a tremendous job to what you were alluding to of selling the injuries for the entire 7 minutes that they wrestled. Bret Hart comes off strong here, in my opinion. Just a dastardly heel. He's not giving any space to DDP. He's attack dog style, just on top of him the entire time. Ultimately sinks in the sharpshooter. Sharpshooter then gets a rope break, to only then be pulled or pretty much rolled over in the same spot for the sharpshooter to be put in again, and DDP verbally submits to the sharpshooter.
Yeah. Very strange way to end the show.
A lot of build for a 7-minute squash.
Right, and the crowd, I think if this was in the middle of the show, it would have gotten over way better. Because then you could have ended on, oh, I don't know, your world fucking champion beating someone in 2 minutes. What a thought that would be. No Goldberg on this show.
Not once.
That makes no sense to me.
Even if they would have just carted him out after him getting pissed off, like they strip him of the title, they verbalize it, and there's just a quick back. I mean, again, it's crazy to say backstage segment when you have like all of these fucking recaps, but just something of him being like banned or taken away or smashing
something
J.J. Dillon's head through a window or something, and then being taken out by yellow security, whatever. Anything.
Yeah. I mean, I just went over a storyline with the Wrestler Spotlight covering Jimmy Snuka, how he became U.S. champion because Ric Flair was the U.S. champion, but he had won the tag titles, so they stripped him of the U.S. title because he couldn't have 2 belts at the time. Right. Weird, but it was at least a reason, right? I'm not defending the reason; it's dumb,
but it's makeshift and it'll get you where they MacGyvered it together and fine.
Right, so they could have done something like that easily, like a backstage segment to start off the show. J.J. Dillon goes, "If you're world champion, you can't have 2 titles. Sorry, you can't have 2 singles titles. Make it very specific, right? So now you have to vacate the U.S. title." Okay, and then we get to this point in the middle of the show. DDP is picked up. They just wrap him up real quick. That's when the knee pad wrapped over the knee pad would have made sense.
Yeah, sure.
And then he limps out and gets 7 minutes. But then what's your main event?
Right.
I think it should have been the tag match. Honestly,
it should have been because that's what they led with. Or you already put Hogan and the NWO back in the ring to celebrate. By the way, big shout out to Scott Hall for punching DDP in the back as he's being stretchered off. Hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Scott Hall, yeah.
So good.
Yeah, and Bobby Heenan's just like, what a cheap shot. Even he's like, what the hell?
It's so funny. But even like the Hogan segment where he speaks on Goldberg and DDP, you could have saved that for the end. That could have been the end. Like...
I don't think you want to end off.
Well, they did it 85% of the time anyway.
Well, no, they ended the show off a stupid DQ finish more than half the time with fans throwing trash in the ring.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. A little spray paint.
That's how they ended all the shows. Not this time, but they did end up with the NWO celebrating in the ring. Bret Hart's U.S. champion just simply kind of goes off the air, and
NWO at that point. I mean,
yes, he was.
Yes, he was. But man,
yeah.
Just jumping back in, there was no explanation.
You wouldn't
of that.
know he was You wouldn't know he was NWO the way he was presented on the show. Right. But he did come out to like his Bret Hart NWO style music, kind of like Macho Man would do.
Yeah. Okay.
When he was part of it, yeah. That's probably why you hated the music.
Yeah, that's probably why I hated the music.
So, but that was WCW Nitro. Not a good show overall.
No.
So, it's a big clusterfuck. That was July 20th, 1998. JPQ, thank you for joining me on this episode. We got to talk Stardom and Blast from the Past.
Yes, Blast from the Past for sure, and Stardom always.
Yeah. All right. I will now go into my wrestler rankings, and from there, see you next time. Thanks, JPQ. Yes. All right. Just to go through the wrestler rankings. Thank you again, JPQ, for taking 2 hours out of your day to go over the very long Stardom and WCW recap. This episode was already almost 2.5 hours, so we're going on 4.5 hours for the podcast almost. It won't break the longest episode ever, but I really wanted to do this episode right, especially with how good everything has been over the past couple weeks. So let's just get this going. The top 10 women over the past 2 weeks. I got Layla Hirsch for ending Uncharted territory on a high note. The women didn't have a lot. There was no Sendai. There was no Ice Ribbon to watch. The women's matches to me didn't deliver. Yes, SummerSlam happened. I didn't watch, but nothing came out of it of particular any interesting note. But yeah, Hirsch number 10, 9 Solo Darling. I loved the big baby face sympathy maneuver. And then we get into 8 Tom Nakano, 7 Starlight Kid for their draw, 6 Momo, 5 Candice LeRae, 4 B Priestley, 3 Hazuki, 2 Io Shirai, finally moving on up to the list. And 1 is Arisa Hoshiki. Holy shit, she's becoming like the best bout machine over here past the past 2 rankings. She's just screaming up the table ever since her white belt win and her Cinderella tournament win. It's crazy. Didn't expect it, especially with how hard I was on her for a couple months there. And now the men's. Basically the culmination of the G1 without the finals. Regardless, 15 ZSJ, 14 Juice Robinson, 13 Grizzled Young Veterans. Yes, I was a fan of that tag match a lot. 12 Evil for his consistency, basically. 11 Walter for his he won the tag titles in WXW, and then he run Rough Shot in the Rumble, which was awesome to see. 10 Jay White, 9 William Ospreay, 8 Aussie Open for 2 great tag matches. 7 Kenta, 6 Tanahashi for being just the ace and the amazing seller he is. 5 Ibushi, 4 Ishii, 3 Sonata. That match was really good with Okada. 2 Okada, because of course, with Sonata and the Ibushi match. And then 1 is Shingo fucking Takagi, surprisingly enough. So, Shingo and Ishii... Shingo with his Boss J, and then Ishii just being the MVP of the G1. I mean, fuck. They're screaming up the table hard. Prior to this podcast, I had already given the updated top 10 rankings of 2019 with these points added as a preview of what to expect. So, very much looking forward to everything down the line. Got more Nitro, unfortunately. Got All Japan Women I'll be watching. Got Ice Ribbon had something come out. I haven't looked at the card yet. Probably check that out. We got the 5-Star Grand Prix. We got another Korakuen show from Stardom to watch, with apparently another Arisa Best Bout match against Kiona. Crazy stuff along the lines. A Dragon Gate show coming up. Let's see. Are those August 31st shows going to qualify? No. No, they're not. Oh. Okay. Alrighty then. Well, this was episode 37 of the Red Leaf Wrestlecast, shortcut to the Juice G1 block finals. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you next time.